It's working. Neat. Okay. Sorry. I was just setting up chat. Getting everything aligned. Getting everything looking good. Yeah. Alright, welcome back. I'm gonna continue playing Deadlocked. I'm gonna finish this game. Gonna do it 100% if I'm able to. I have already gotten all of my weapons, I believe. Yes, all my weapons are level 99. So I just need to do challenges, which the challenges and the skill points. Kill 15 enemies with 5 different mods in 60 seconds. Okay. Let's see. Five different mods, okay. I don't know which level would be the best for that. This track makes me want to play guitar again. Wow, jumped too early. I keep jumping early, no. When I move to my the move out, I'm gonna try my best to get better at actually getting back into playing guitar. I've been missing playing guitar. I have a tendency to forget that guitar is fun.
Look, we know this is going to end with Ratchet splattered halfway from here to Florano. Why don't we skip it and head back to my condo for a cocktail and a dip in the jacuzzi?
No, I prefer to stay here where the real action is.
Damn, all the low-key burns. Oh. Oops.
That wasn't so bad.
Eh, that one. That one. And then the magma one. No, come on. There we got that kill. Neat. Neat.
Okay. Snow will be ours in a sec, sir.
Ah. Oh, it's a little difficult to get the skill point for that one. I need to go to an area where there's more like an arena, so I can get more enemies. 15 enemies with different mods. Okay.
You know, I was just bluffing earlier. I knew Ratchet would pull it off. So, about the...
So about that cock.
Oh! Isn't that a shame? Team Darkstar's only escape has been cut off. Wonder how they'll get past this one.
They are on to us,
Okay,
Ratchet.
so this
Red
one's
Zone has activated a
freeze.
force field blocking you from the supply ship. However, if you can capture the control nodes in that quadrant,
Okay.
I believe I can override the force field.
Got that one. Then let's do
If we don't make it out alive, I just want to say it was
this.
an honor serving with you.
yeah. We got more enemies. Good. The magma. Okay, we got magma kill. Electric. Got them with the electric. Oops. Yeah, okay. Double trouble, complete any challenge, only the dual vipers. Destroy 10 ghost DC strikers with the napalm mod. Without taking damage. Napalm mod. Okay, so the napalm mod is the next one I should get.
Folks, I hope everybody's pee-pee because we're not breaking for commercial anytime soon. One thing about Ratchet, you give him any lip and he'll feed you a lead sandwich. You better believe that, Juanita.
Neat. Okay. We got this under control so far. I don't think have I taken damage yet? I'm not sure. I didn't pay attention, so I don't know.
think explosions are pretty.
This would be like spinning a blade on the R500 throttle back home.
Okay, we got that.
Boss, I wasn't worried. Were you?
Oh, I might have gotten hit then.
Nothing's easy in red. So
Okay, let's see. What do I miss? What do I need? The same weapon. It's a fusion to 3 enemies in 1 attack. 5
baby, Team Darkstar thinks they have a
Okay,
clear
so I'll
escape, but
use
come on.
the dual raptors, but I'm gonna change the mod because this is not a good mod for them.
Folks, we're not letting them go that easy. I mean, this whole battle course is intended to send them to the grave.
Oh dear, you are still stuck. It appears there is a 6-phase theta glyph encrypted force field blocking your escape. I am unable to crack the encryption from here. However, if you destroy the encryption computers that control the force field, that might short it out.
Ah, come on.
Sir, request permission to begin hacking.
Yeah.
Have
Do-
you ever
do it.
wondered what's in the special sauce?
No.
This guy is gonna sell a lot of commercial time, Juanita. Let's just pray we don't have any more wardrobe malfunctions.
Bypass complete. 2 orbs to go, sir. Almost there, sir. 1 more orb and that door's open.
It's always so weird when people call you sir. Sir or ma'am or any like official title. It's just weird to me. I don't like it. It feels so stiff, well, not informal, but the opposite, extremely formal and so serious. I don't like it.
This could be a setup, sir. Last thing we need is to get killed in some tragically ironic way.
I could use some more ammo. Gonna go back for some more ammo. Wow, 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 wow. Wammo. Wammo. Got him. Got him. Neat. Is there any secret bolt caches here? Or cache? I never know what the right pronunciation is. Is it cache or cache? Oh,
Remember,
out of ammo.
try any of this at home. Go to a friend's house.
Give me a second. I need some ammo. Hello? Ammo? Ammo? I could use some ammo. I'm only supposed to finish this level with the one type of gun.
Oh man, these guys are hot.
Okay.
Did you feel
I'll
that?
have to go back then. Ow. That's me when I try to walk into a store and the doors automatically closes. Me for real, for real. It's just like me. Ah. I wish I could go that way. It'll be shorter. Ah. Yeah, I wish I could go that way. Heck. Okay. Well, this is what it's like to do 100%, you know. It's not always fun. It's a lot of going back and forth and and trying to get all of the skill points. I'm actually having fun. It's I'm just assuming that it's not that great to watch me just run back and forth all the time. What? Gotta make sure to look at the map. That stuff is real good. Reveals a lot of stinky enemies. Okay, yep, got it. Just 4 more skill points.
The impossible has been achieved! Team Darkstar has actually survived through the Ghost Station's infamous Gauntlet of Doom! It looks like it's all over. Or is it?
Okay, so this stage is
We must make sure
the
they
crates.
never use the station again. Destroy the station's outer turrets that guard the power cores. Then destroy the central core and bring the station down. We will deal with.
It's a very bad design choice to keep those things in crates like that.
Children with impressionable parents may want to pretend they're watching the reading robot.
Ah, so many explosions. It's really quiet in chat today. There's no people. You know, I have some days where there's a ton of people in chat, and then I have these days where there's no one.
Ratchet is hot.
Which I get. I mean, who wants to necessarily watch me 100% this?
Good, Ratchet.
It's just my brain. My brain is like, no, you have to complete the game 100%. You have to do it, or else brain do be angry.
Interesting fact, folks. Dread Zone started out with two guys fighting over a breakfast.
He loves that
burrito,
fact.
and the rest
He
is
loves just
history.
repeating that all the time about the breakfast burrito. He must be hungry a lot since he constantly talks about breakfast burritos. One thing I keep mixing up is empathize and sympathize. I guess empathize is your ability to sympathize with like empathy, having empathy. But sympathy is feeling bad for, I think. I just, whenever I use it, I don't really sit down to think about what it means. I just kind of use it, and then it's like, oh, it kind of becomes interchangeable sometimes. There is a difference. Destroy file, okay. I want to get 3 of them at once. Wait, how did I not get... I'm pretty sure I got them, but okay. Okay. I want the electric mod. The electric mod is just the best one.
What I want to know is how Ratchet uses the bathroom in that suit.
Yeah, I keep wondering. Skill kill? Did I get the thing? Oh, I got the thing. Kill 15 ghost DC strikers in a row with the same weapon. I'm just gonna keep using the sniper then. Stinky. Which one am I on? Is it this one? No.
Boss,
I don't remember.
when this is all over, I'd like to do it again. And again.
Can I go this way? No. The map showed me like 2 lines, so I was thinking maybe it would allow me to go that way despite not making sense.
Have you ever seen the Diablo in the pale moonlight? I have, and it's fantastic!
I wonder which weapon would technically be the best to do the challenge. I was kind of hoping that I would get it with the dual Vipers, but I didn't get any because I didn't kill enough of the DC strikers. DC nuts. Haha.
Darkstar is unstoppable!
I wonder if I've done all these. Have I done all these? I have done all these. Is this one better done? Maybe? 15 of them? 15. I think maybe this one is better. Yeah, I think this one would work better.
I'll tear them apart.
Sir, if we don't make it out alive, I just want to say it was an honor serving with you.
Come on, striker. I need a striker.
Oh, this is more fun than a busload of cheerleaders!
I hope those cheerleaders are of age, Dallas, because you've been acting a little sussy. Sussy baka. I love saying that shit because I know it makes people cringe. I hold all the power here. I get to make the people cringe. Still one of my favorite clips, cameo clips of the guy who plays Hank Schrader just saying "Sussy Baka." Something incredibly funny about that. I don't know why. It's like a new time we live in where we can make actors to say the wildest stuff on camera because we pay them to do so. Like, you would never be able to get someone to do this kind of thing just 10 years ago. It would be impossible. Like, you wouldn't have a direct line to these actors, and they would be doing other stuff and making money in different ways that was unrelated to saying dumb shit on camera. I'm just surprised that he actually said it. I feel like a lot of them are kind of scared to say stuff because they might feel like, oh, is this a slur? Is this like a... I don't know, like they're kind of scared that it might be really bad, but maybe the guy sits down and looks it up and makes sure that he like looks up the meme and just makes sure that it's not a link to anything really bad. I hope he does. He seems like a cool dude. He seemed very pro-union and pro-workers' rights and that sort of stuff. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name.
Cookie. What kind of cookie would he be?
Like, most people just know him by Hank Schrader because it's such an iconic character. But his real name is like I can't think of it. Damn it. But you know what, you know who I mean though, so. Any more DC strikers, please? Any strikers? Okay, I don't think there's enough strikers on this level to do the skill point. I can try no damage though.
My trigger finger's getting itchy.
Let's do the sniper rifle, and I want to do the mega supernova because it just instantly takes out anything. So less stuff to worry about.
Make it out alive. I just want to say it was an honor serving with you.
Flap. What? Did he not? What the How did he survive that? What the? Wow, what? That's impossible. That's like surviving an atomic nuke.
Sir, if we don't make it out alive, I just want to say it was an honor serving with you.
I wish I could get ammo for this though. I have to like collect it, which is stinky.
Run, Ratchet, run!
I have to buy it. I mean, I can't collect it. It's so stinky. Wish I could, because then I wouldn't have to go back and buy stuff all the time. It's a very effective gun. It's very good. Okay, no. No. Go.
This is what they mean by gratuitous violence, Juanita. I'm gonna call my kids and tell them to stop watching. Just
As soon as I
have kids.
Yes. Because you don't. And I think that's probably for the better. You don't seem fit to be a parent, Dallas, to be honest. You have a lot of weird opinions. You say a lot of weird stuff. Music is really fun though. I like music. So cool. Oh, Fox. From the dentist. What do you do at the dentist? Did they pull some teeth? Did they yank some of your fox teeth? Some of your little foxy molars? Uh, 228 on a consultation. Just a consultation for having removing your wisdom teeth is it's quite something. I won't lie and say it's anything but quite the harrowing experience. I think I had mine removed in I had them removed the same day as Prey launched on PC. So whenever Prey came out on PC, not the very first one, but the recent remake. It's like 2016, maybe 2017. That's when I had mine removed. So it's a while ago. Medication for the pain. Yeah. I think they just gave me codeine.
Just a reminder, tomorrow is Kick Your Best Friend in the Pants Day. Free popcorn for everyone who participates.
I think in the US, codeine would be like cocodamol or something. I basically just used that for a few weeks after, and then I could kind of cut back on it and just use the regular dose for my chronic pain.
Ratchet's got this match on ice, ladies and gentlemen. The juice is cold, and the generic brand X gelatin is definitely
27th of November, huh? Pretty late. I haven't found all the bolt crates. Maybe I should use the little fly ship. Yeah, fly around and look. Yeah, removing wisdom teeth. It's more like it's the recovery that really sucks. I didn't mind the procedure itself much. It was kind of freaky just listening to my jaw and the bones crackle and make all the weird noises when they yanked it out. But like in general, the recovery is basically the part that really sucks. It's not as much the whole process of getting it removed. So yeah, I would say that it's only like the aftermath that's really shitty. But then at least if you don't have to work, or you can get like sick leave or something, you can at least have the time to recuperate and feel better. It would be absolutely awful if I had to work on top of that. So I don't feel. I don't envy you if you really have to work through that. I hope they give you the really good shit then, like some I don't know, the you know, the stuff that kills people. What's it called again? It's like Oxycontin. Just don't get addicted, okay? Once toothy no longer hurt though, you can stop taking them. I get why Americans get addicted to that stuff though, because when you have the kind of work days that you guys have, and the whole really intense work days and everything, I can imagine that having like a painkiller to kind of numb you would be extremely beneficial for that. Which is probably why there's a big industry around it and so much abuse, because it's like, it just makes stuff easier. And that's kind of the scary part of it. Like, yeah, it's like it is a numbing agent, so it numbs you and it makes it easier to just get through the day. So it's why it's so addictive. I think it's not necessarily like you get withdrawal and stuff, which is when you're trying to quit. But the act of like actually quitting, it's a lot of psychological stuff as well, because it's just difficult to get off them, because everything is so much easier for you when you're on them. So it's less about like the chemical hooks and like the physical addiction you feel is obviously like a big part of being able to actually quit it, but at the same time there's a lot of psychological components to it. Like, we know there isn't like any known withdrawal symptoms from cannabis and that sort of stuff, but it still has some negative psychological and physiological effects long term. But of all the drugs, at least that one isn't like it doesn't kill you like opium does. Shout out to the game talking about dentist plan. Well, oh yeah, because he talks about the dental plan. Yeah. Norway is interesting because we don't technically have coverage of dental stuff past the age of 18. All that stuff is like you do privately, and if you're within, like, if you're still in your 20s, you can get half off through like a state plan thing, but still you have to pay like half the cost, and since it's all private, it's pretty expensive. Pretty expensive. The left in Norway has tried for a long time now to push through a reform to make it the same as kind of the same as the way we do regular health checkups, to just have dental be covered as if it was your regular checkup with copay and everything. I don't know where I'm trying to look for these little golden crates. They're like usually sometimes hidden around these parts on the magnetic things.
Will the person driving a mint green Man Ray 5 please report to security? You're parked in my space.
I'm not seeing any. Maybe they don't spawn in this level. Maybe that's why. It seems strange. I'll choose a different challenge. $1,300 for one tooth. Yeah, I think it was like something similar for me as well. Like 1K per treatment. I only had to pay half because I was still under 25 or something at the time. But yeah, it's pretty expensive. It's should honestly, in a welfare state like Norway, it's surprising that it's not covered. It was like something that it should have been covered. I don't know. You're under 25. You're a little baby man.
Wait, 2 orbs to go, sir. Almost there, sir. 1 more orb and that door's open.
Don't forget to order the Dread Zone home game.
Yeah, you're a little baby. You're still a baby.
Team
Haha,
Darkstar is in
little baby
rear
man.
form tonight.
I guess I'm 27 next year in April.
Last thing we need is to get killed in some tragically ironic way.
When I was looking at a house, the lady was asking my parents if they were the ones who were buying, and they pointed to me and like, no, he's the one buying. And she's like, what? You're the one buying? You look 14. I was like, no, I'm quite the opposite of 14. I can almost say I'm in my late 20s now. I just take it as a compliment. I get to stay forever young. Forever young and scrungly. Get to say you're 90s kids. Well, the thing about people who say they're a 90s kids or 90s kid is usually that they grew up or experienced part of it. I don't call myself a 90s kid because I don't remember the 90s. I'm not old enough to have experienced anything from the 90s. The only thing I experienced from the 90s is the remnants or leftovers from what my sisters had from that time. So when I was like 5 and up, I would like remember that they had like stuff from the 90s that I would look at and wonder what the heck this weird thing is. Yeah, 90s kids are usually like early 90s and 80s.
Where does that lead Dread Zone, huh?
Like both my sisters were born in like the very end of the 80s and the very beginning of the 90s, so they are 1990. Why am I having such a hard time today? 90s kids, because they got to live through the 90s as kids. It's like millennial versus Gen Z. Gen Z haven't technically... anyone who's Gen Z haven't experienced the 90s. Gen Z and Gen Alpha. In a row with the same weapon. Okay, I don't know which one of these I could do that on. Oh, but yeah, but who says Jen said? Come on, that's the one. I have to draw the line at one. Because no one says Gen said. No one says that. It's like when you say Gen Z, people know that it means the said, not the C one. And that's the only time I'll actually use C, because it's just so synonymous with everyone. Even in the UK, even people from like where they usually say said, they will say Gen Z. But in Norway, I can say it the most correct way. It sounds too much like C. Yes, I agree. I had this conversation with Jam actually, and it's difficult to distinguish between the two. But in this specific case, unless there's a new generation that has the C letter instead of said, then I think Gen Z is just gonna be the one that is gonna stick for now. Let's see. I want to look up which level can I even Father Follies. Okay, go station. Running gauntlet? Is that a running the gauntlet? Okay, so this one and using the sniper. It's good to know that I'm not alone about the said thing. It's kind of like the data and data. Like data is obviously better. Come on.
I just want to say it was an
I'm not gonna say data. Data. SATA data, yeah. True. SATA data. So, the reason why people say data instead of data is, I think it's called like vowel softening, or there's like a specific linguistic effect that takes place, which is apparently the reason for it. It's like a known phenomenon. Vowel softening or something like that. I actually forget. I think it's just like in the US there's like a context thing, and you kind of just know, and there's like a slight, you can Z and Z. It's like a slight difference between the way you pronounce it plus the context.
Clearly much too dangerous to be set.
So I think it's just like people from other territories that distinguish between them has a harder time with adapting to that. It said sounds cooler. It just sounds cooler, and it sounds it doesn't sound like you're mixing up C and Z. Like if you talk fast as well and you're naming letters and stuff, it becomes, it's not like a major issue. I'm not gonna lie and pretend like it is, but I just prefer said. The way I prefer data over data. Google gaga dada. Google dada dada. Are you though? Do they say Z or Z in every other, like in New Zealand and in all of the English-speaking colonies and all of the I feel like there might actually be not true what you're saying. Yeah, because all the colonies and all the other English-speaking countries outside of the US uses said. So I think that you can't make the claim that it's the majority, actually. Right, versus how many billions of people who say said compared to Z. I think, yeah, it's million, not billion, but I figured. Repopulating the world with only Americans. Now that's dystopian. I haven't seen any. I'm trying to find the little gold crates, the little bolt crate things. These are the ones I'm looking for. I need 5 of them. I don't know if this is the 5th one or the 4th one. Okay, I need 1 more. And I don't know where it would be. I haven't seen anything in here.
Whoa! This announcer is impressed.
Yeah, this soundtrack is really good. I like a lot of the guitar on the previous tracks on this level. It makes me want to break up my guitar and start like jamming, rocking out. Did I not get the skill points? I'm missing... So it said I should do this level to get the... Oh, there's the thing. It said I should do this level to get the 5 DC strikers. But so far there hasn't been enough DC strikers here for me to shoot. And I've only used a sniper. I've not used any other weapon. So... I feel like there should be... Is there an enemy I'm missing? Or did it just not trigger the... It says 15 ghost DC strikers in a row with the same weapon. I've only used a sniper, so I don't know. Interesting.
This again?
Yeah, Copeland for sure established a lot of the musical identity for a lot of the stuff that Insomniac has been doing over the years. I saw that he finally released all of the Spyro songs as an album, so you can finally listen to it on Spotify and Tidal and YouTube Music and all those places. Apparently he has been working for that to get that work, the rights to it for many years, so he could make like a album that he could publish under his name. A lot of the songs the songs on that album is versions of songs that I haven't actually heard. And I've downloaded and listened through all of the Spyro music, and I have not heard all of the versions that was on that album released on like Spotify and stuff. There's like a slowed down version of one of the songs from one of the levels. It sounds like a prototype. It sounds like the original track before it was sped up or slowed down for the different levels. I think they're the original tracks. I think he has kept them, and he has just really released them now today, and probably just like used modern compression and that stuff. I don't know if like it's obviously gonna be compressed if you're on any sort of modern streaming platform, but you do have some like oh, I did not mean to do that. you have like Tidal and Apple and stuff that it gives you the access to the lossless quality version. Like lossless audio.
Sir, if we don't make it out alive, I just want to say it was an honor serving with you.
Alright, wait, does that count towards killing 15 of them? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart because I don't know if that counts.
How many times?
I do like FLAC and I do like uncompressed audio because I have headphones that actually can, like, I get to actually hear the quality difference. But with modern compression, there's a lot. At some point, if you don't have like the right DAC and you have like really good headphones and you have all that stuff, you probably won't hear the difference between a high quality MP3 file, like 320 kilobits per second, and lossless, if you don't have like the just really good audio equipment. Yeah, I can tell slight difference. It's very slight though. You can kind of hear it, especially in the low end. If you have a good pair of headphones, you can tell that the low end is kind of looser and not as tight, and you can also tell that the highs get a little what's the right word for it? They're harsher. They kind of sound compressed, like a bit crushed almost. But you need really good ears, and you need really good the audio equipment. So soundtrack refers to every music track. Music track, only one song. Music track. Okay, yeah. I mean, I like the whole soundtrack for this game, but all of the tracks for this level in particular has been very good. But yeah, I should, since I have a good pair of headphones, I should sit down and listen to the I hear that Apple has the best mastered versions of songs, from what I've been told. So I'm gonna see if I can find the Spyro album on Apple Music. I'm gonna listen through all the songs because it's very fun to just listen to it in a modern context. Because a lot of the music has aged really well. I mean, some of the songs, like you can tell it's old by just listening to it. Necessarily, it's just it's very unique. It's one of those things that aged really well with the Spyro games, and that's why I also prefer to play the Reignited edition with I played it with the original audio instead of the remaster, because I don't really want the remastered version of the music, because you don't need to do that. The music is ageless. The music is the stuff that doesn't age. That's the stuff that's what's the best part of it. It's so cool. So I didn't like that they remastered the audio. I just I turned that stuff off immediately. I'm all about the OG, the old tracks. It lost some of the charm and everything when I turned it. When I listened to the remastered versions of the songs, it was all kind of like little more generic, a little more not as interesting. They tried to modernize it in a way that just doesn't appeal that much to me.
Hey, sir! I thought I was a goner for sure!
Let them, yeah, it was just kind of disappointing. It, I mean, they worked with Copeland on the remaster, but I feel like he has probably a love for his original work that will always be stronger than for the remastered version of whatever is made. Like, he was probably just consulted for the remaster. He probably didn't have much to say about how it was done. Yeah, money. It's all about that cash money.
This guy is gonna sell a lot of commercial time, Juanita. Let's just pray we don't have any more wardrobe malfunctions.
I am actually kind of excited to hear what music is used in Tools of Destruction, because I haven't played Tools of Destruction in a very long time. So the only thing I remember is it mostly having a lot of like orchestral music and not that many like iconic tracks. But I might be wrong. There might be some remnants left of the PS2 era on like in Tools of Destruction. Because I feel like Quest for Woody and A Crack in Time is like when they went full in on like the cinematic universe kind of feel, where it's all like orchestral, it's supposed to be big and grand and epic. So it's like there's no cool guitar riffs and beats and kind of experimental type stuff. Yeah, early PS3 was very much like very much more like just a very fancy looking PlayStation 2 game, I would say. Like, it's PlayStation 2 game with good graphics, kind of. Bat Lombak's cock live on air. Yeah, there's been a lot of positive and also a lot of negative changes in the gaming space. I feel like you could write a whole essay on that. You could probably go on for many years probably worth of content just talking about how games have changed and how our relationship to games as a medium and how we consume them and how we think of games and how all that just kind of changed. Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm not getting the skill point. It said that I'm supposed to do this. Maybe if I jump off, it probably won't reset my kills and I can keep shooting them. Because I'm unable to get the skill points.
Sir, if we don't make it out alive, I just want to say it was an honor serving with you.
One game that I've always kind of been wanting to just try is that Uncharted game on PS Vita, because everyone said it was really good and it was like one of the really good Vita games. And I had the Vita, but I got it very late, and I only played a certain like I played is it called Katamari or something? The one when you roll the big ball. I played that, and I played the one with the funky gravity, where you play as the girl and you can shift gravity and stuff. That was pretty cool. Is it called Gravity Rush or something? So I'm trying to do a skill point where I have to kill 15 DC strikers. That's the big guys, the big with the big range, with the same weapon. So that's what I'm doing, and I think I have to just die, and I hope that doesn't reset my progress. Because there's no other level that have that many big guys. Did you ever play Borderlands 2 on a Vita? No, I never did that. I didn't know it was on the Vita, to be honest. I think the Vita allowed you to play PSP games as well, if I'm not mistaken, which is probably the best feature of it. Because even if the Vita had a lot of good games after, like, the longer into its life cycle, it for sure didn't have like a abundance of great games off the bat. So it kind of struggled to establish itself as a gaming console. So having access to PSP games was probably essential for its survival, I would say. So I don't remember if that I could have sworn that you could play PSP games on it, but maybe I'm remembering wrong. I think I played PlayStation 1 games on it actually. I think I downloaded like Spyro on the Vita. I don't think it had like a great PlayStation 1 emulator by any means, but at least you could download it and play it.
Feel that, Juanita?
What? Okay. No worries. I need to kill 15 of them, but I feel like I've killed way more than that now.
There
we go. Kind of glitching out a little bit. It's fine.
Sir, if we don't make it out alive, I just want to say it was an honor serving with you.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look up how to even do this, because I've been killing a lot of them and nothing is happening. Okay, one more guy, and then we'll see. Nope. Okay, let me just check online if there's any information on how to do this, because I don't understand what they want me to do. That's weird. He's... I don't understand why I'm not getting the... Is it just bugged for me or something? Oh, Sly Cooper 4 was on Vita?
I'll tear him apart.
Huh. I didn't even know that. Okay, let's maybe try a different weapon then. What if I just use the Mega Supernova and then remove all the mods? Will that do anything? Maybe? That's one.
Sir, if we don't make it out alive, I just want to say it was an honor serving with you.
2. That's 3. I'm gonna go back and get some more ammo. Maybe going into this, going back to get ammo is what. No, because I haven't been doing that for the other ones. So that does make sense. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 'Kay, so there's a total of 8 of them on this platform. And then I feel like there should be some guys showing up here, but I don't think there usually is any. Okay, I've gotten all those. Still on 8. One on this side. Nine. 10. And I'm just gonna wait and see what happens here. So I've gotten 10 so far, but I still need 5 more, and there's no more. There isn't any more of them spawning. If I jump off and then try to just kill a few more, count of 5, and see if that finally does something.
This again?
Sir, if we don't make it out alive, I just want to say it was
That's
an honor
11.
working with you.
That's 12. That's 13. That's 14. So the next one should be the last one. That's 15. So I don't know why it's not triggering then.
I think Ratchet is slowing down a little.
Is it because they're dying from the shock mod on the sniper room then, maybe? In a row. I have to kill them in a row. Does that mean... Okay, hold on. Maybe... That means I shouldn't run out of ammo? I'll try that. I'll... McDonald's Monopoly Double P win all prizes. Is that a thing in the UK?
Sir, if we don't make it out alive, I just want to say it was an honor serving with you.
I don't really eat that often at McDonald's. My parents was always very like anti-McDonald's and junk food and that sort of stuff. So I always feel bad about ever like eating it unless it's like a special occasion. Like oh yeah, we're just gonna celebrate by having something easy to eat. I do admittedly really like fast food and Burger King and McDonald's and that sort of stuff, so I try not to eat too much of it because it can be kind of addicting. It's also not as expensive as you'd think. A lot of stuff in Norway is expensive to eat because or get because eating out in like having dinner out and about in Norway is pretty expensive here. Like if you go to a restaurant and you're eating a meal there, you're probably gonna be paying $120 for just one person usually. So a lot of people just do it for special occasions and try to save on money by making food at home mostly because it's way cheaper that way. Yeah, it is a mom thing, isn't it? Like the either your mom or your dad is like the health nut in the family who's like, oh, you should never eat fast food. Oh, it'll make you very unhealthy and it's very bad. Which is kind of true, but I feel like junk food, it's more like about processed food because any food that's ultra processed, meaning like being processed through multiple times, processed multiple times, is kind of what's bad. the kind of food you get at McDonald's, at least in a lot of other countries like Norway, the quality of the meat and the produce and all that stuff isn't that bad, actually. What's bad for you is just the way it's stored and the preservatives and that sort of stuff. And it's a lot of like you also want to have a varied meal. So eating burgers every day is obviously not a very healthy or varied meal, so you want to avoid that. Oh wait, when I say in a row, does that mean I have to not kill any of the... Okay, I'm trying to decipher what it wants from me, because I don't know what the game is actually... It wants me to kill 15 in a row, so that implies it wants me to not kill any of the other enemies.
I just want to say it was an honor.
So that's one. Wait, okay, now I'm... Ghost DC strikers in a row with the same weapon. Let me see, what does he do? Oh, interesting. So it's not the big guys, it's the small guys. And then I have to kill 15 of the small ones in a row, I think. With the same weapon. Okay, so I should avoid hitting the big guys then.
Sir, if we don't make it out alive, I just want to say it was an honor serving with you.
I was confused because there wasn't enough enemies on this level for me to kill that many in a row. Okay, not that guy. Ah. There we go. I was just being dumb. I don't know why that was giving me such a hard time. Let's see. Okay, I got 15 of 15 here. 2 out of 2, 2 out of 2, and 15. 15, 2 out of 2. Okay, so this is the one where I have to do it on Exterminator difficulty. And then there's this one, which is also something on Exterminator difficulty. I guess to get all the trophies, I technically would have to play through the whole game again on Exterminator difficulty, I think. So I could try that, just to keep the stream going a little longer. Let's see. 100% requirements. If you have the Ninja Ratchet skin, then you have done every requirement in the game. Okay, so that's gonna be the thing that lets us know if I've done all of it. These are interesting. I think Kid Nova is a cool design, actually. Oh, this is also nice. Man, I wish they actually included these as some sort of like this is very fun. I like all these costumes. I wish they were actually included as characters. Yeah, I guess I'm just supposed to do the skill points to get 100% then. I think. I'll save and then I'll try changing the difficulty. Oh, there's a game patch for this. I guess that's maybe why it's running so well. Because it actually has like a patch or something. Let me see what it's for. Edit patches. The patch file that does not currently exist. Okay. What is it? Well, it said it had a patch. Game properties. Patches. Widescreen. But I already have widescreen. I mean, it's already working in widescreen, so...
Ratchet, when you are ready, you can take the shuttle to the Battle Dome's control.
Okay, this one... I just need to do one... any of these, I think. I hope. I should double check that, actually. I should double check. I feel like all humans just like McDonald's. I mean, who is there? I feel like
Ratchet,
if you're saying that you don't like McDonald's or Burger King, that's usually either because it's like a principle thing, or you just feel grossed out by it on some sort of technical level. But
Sir,
I feel like most people enjoy McDonald's.
This place stinks.
This again?
I feel like that's a very non-controversial opinion.
paths. I'm afraid each one is equally dangerous.
I mean, it's somewhat of a global brand, right? McDonald's is like everywhere. It's not just in the US. It's because you can argue that maybe KFC or KFC or Denny's or all these other chains, you could argue that that's not for everyone because they aren't a global brand. It doesn't exist anywhere, everywhere. But with McDonald's, I feel like there's a McDonald's in every country. Like, is there a single country besides like China or something that doesn't have McDonald's? I'm pretty sure there's very few countries in the world that actually don't have a single McDonald's or a Burger King.
My specialty at the academy.
Up until the sanctions, you had a lot of McDonald's in Russia, Burger King and McDonald's. But obviously after they did started a war and invaded Ukraine, obviously that's not, they're sanctioned, so.
Ratchet, when you are ready, you can take the shuttle to the Battle Dome's control level.
Any challenge on... okay. Okay.
Ugly dude.
Do. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Come on. Throw the thing.
Anything for the commander, sir!
Good job. Let's keep it up.
Where to go, sir?
So chaotic. Okay, do I have do I have the
You can take the shuttle to the battle.
yeah. He loves reminding me. Clank is trying to be very helpful. Let's see. Options, no. Extra. Skin. Alpha Clank. The muscles. Vernon. So how do I get more of these, whatever they're called? Requires all exterminator cards. Okay, so I need all the exterminator cards, which I get for just completing the game.
Ratchet, when you are ready, you can...
It doesn't say, but I guess I'll just try on try playing the game on Exterminator if I don't end up with all the ninja skin. Yeah, we can skip this. Skip. Come on, skip it. Skip. Yeah.
I am so sorry, Ratchet. I did not realize I was leading you into another one of Vox's traps. There is still a...
Yeah, don't worry about that.
If you can destroy the 3 fusion generators on the control
He's not,
left, it will release
I'm not the one
the
that's trapped.
and the
He's the
heroes
one
will
who's
be
trapped
saved.
with me. Oh yeah, I also need nanotech to be fully upgraded. That's something I forgot.
Ratchet,
That's also technically part of 100%.
Please hurry.
Response program affirmative! Yes, sir!
should put some mods. My throat. I should put some mods on. I'll do the freeze mod for this. For this, I'll do... Yeah.
Come on, Ratchet, you can do it. If you can't, we'll all die.
That's true. Maybe I should just let you die after bullying me. That's what you get. Should have thought about that before you became a bully.
Sure about that? You could use that turret.
Don't.
Excellent, Ratchet. Now, deactivate the second generator.
Generator.
Tonight, on a
Come on.
very solemn
There we go.
episode of Dread Zone, everybody dies.
Honestly, why don't I... Oh, it has the ammo mod. Okay. I was about to ask why I didn't have the ammo mod for this one. So I have...
Mommy, I don't want to go bye-bye.
Dallas, this is not the time! Oh, baby. You're a baby. Good baby. Baby, no crying.
So, that's such a weird... I think I remember feeling so awkward hearing that for the first time as well. Playing this game, it's like, okay, what's going on? What's happening? I thought this game was for kids.
Why? Oh, not me. I'm too ready to die.
You won't, Dallas. No, straighten up. Look at you, crying on galaxy-wide holovision. You are a selfish man.
Thank you, Juanita. Your searing dose of verbal abuse was refreshing. I can't even tell you. Ooh, and the whole mommy-baby thing. Sexy. Baby needs a changing.
Imagine having to have reading those voice lines because you're in a studio and you're in front of a mic and you're supposed to deliver these voice lines, and it's like, yeah, sexy baby, blah blah blah. That must be so weird to do. Oh, Jam, welcome back. I guess everyone is doing dentist appointments these days. Fox is getting his wisdom tooth removed, and you're going to a dentist. Hopefully your teethies do be okay.
Several escape shuttles are leaving the battle dome. Keep working, Ratchet.
Have you been having some tooth pains or something? Did you chip a tooth or something else? Pains. Have you eaten something tougher than usual? Maybe it's all that candy you've been eating in when you've been in Norway. I mean, you eat a bunch of candy when you're here because you're not you eat more candy than you do food. So if it turns out you have some cavities from all that candy, I wouldn't be surprised. And I feel like I never see you. I feel like you only brush your teeth once per day or something, and you should brush them twice. But then again, I don't really follow your morning routine. Sometimes I feel like I see you brush your teeth, and then sometimes I see you don't feel like you only brush them once, or I don't know. And you don't, you gotta use mouth water. You gotta and floss, or else you're gonna get cavities. I sometimes only brush teeth once per day because my sleeping routine is so messed up. I know I should brush twice, but I forgot to do it sometimes.
Yeah. Asleep, are you?
Also, the entire world, I wouldn't say that. There's not that many people watching this. I wouldn't be too concerned. It's not like I'm saying your address. I had like a cavity on my right side a while ago, and my dentist said that basically it was like a very typical "oh, you haven't flossed" kind of thing. So ever since that, I've always been flossing and using mouthwash, and I haven't had any problems since. So just changing your routine a little bit, just changing your routine just a little tiny bit can actually save you a lot of trouble down the line. Like it's costly to fix your teeth all the time. And if you take better care of them, you're gonna be able to have teeth to chew with when you're older, instead of having to get dentures or whatever. I wonder if they will invent some sort of you know how teeth has what's it called again? It's like the stuff around the teeth that kind of wears down when you drink acidic stuff. The emalia, or the emal, yeah, something like that. It's like the protective layer around the tooth. I believe some scientists said they might have like a way or a plan for making it possible to regrow that, or to stimulate for regrowth of the emalia, or the emalia, or emal, or whatever you call it. The protective layer, so you could have white teeth again, and you can like grow back your teeth, kind of. But I don't know if that's it's just like a theoretical thing. I don't know if it's actually possible. I wish it was though. That'd be cool. Like you just go to the dentist once every 5 years, and they just regrow it, And then you have fresh new teeth like they grew in yesterday. Oh, there's a lot of stuff happening in the US now? What's going on? What's happening? Is it Hunter Biden stuff? Is it Trump stuff?
I suppose since we're all about to perish horribly, I should own up to a few things. First of all, Timmy Aberdeen, I'm the one who set your backpack on fire. I'm sorry you couldn't get it off in time. And Susie Bingleton, I was the one who put the Tyrannoid in your locker. Hey, I heard the therapy is going well, though. Chin up, kid!
House Speaker, who is a Republican, removed from position by more far-right Republicans. They were angry that we're far enough with the... Oh. Yeah, that's such a weird posturing thing that the far-right is doing in the US right now. The whole, oh yeah, we hate Ukraine, we don't want to give them any money. Wah. They're not gonna get a dime from America. We're America first. No money to Ukraine. That kind of people.
Please. The station is seconds away from exploding.
Whenever I say contentious stuff, I should remember to do a funny voice, just so I cannot be taken out of context. I feel like it kind of resembles the whole thing with Nazi Germany when the US was like, oh well, not our problem. We're just gonna stay out of it. We're not gonna use any money or get involved. It kind of feels like that, I'll be honest. Like you're tying your moral obligations into it being an economic issue, which it's not really, because the US has a lot of money. It's not like the money you guys spend, it's not like you're not lending it anywhere. It's just money you guys have. It's not like you lose anything on giving money and aid to Ukraine, because that stuff is gonna help you a lot later on with European relations and everything. Basically buying yourself an ally for life. You guys have the money for it. It's not like and the EU has been given a lot of millions in support, and there's been a lot of like, this is an international thing. It's not like it's only the US providing money for Ukraine. If you look at the funding, a lot of European nations are giving proportionally a lot compared to their GDP. So it's not like it's just the US giving a ton of money. In terms of money, you guys can give the most because you have the most. But in terms of like who is giving the most proportionally to their actual GDP, I think it's not the US, I believe.
That's an understatement.
You can fact check me on that though.
Understatement, an undergarment, the underworld of professional mustache twirling, whatever it is, it's hot! Folks, I'm gonna break character for just a second and say, watch out! If you don't, we all die! Hey, lunchbox!
So is he admitting that he is just playing a character then? Since he says he's gonna break character?
Put 500 volts on this match!
Because that implies that everything he does is like he's just pretending to be this way. He's not actually this way.
You never cared! Oh, there we go!
I'm a little confused by that statement, to be honest, because it implies that okay, which weapon is the strongest? Okay, this has really good damage. Not that good. Real good. Okay, so the flail, the mega silencer, and the mega supernova.
The only time you're gonna be seen again is in reruns.
Stop.
Fox kills Ratchet.
He kept like.
What a headline.
Ukraine won't exist without aid, Jam. It doesn't matter if they already were an ally. The point is to keep them as an ally, because if they are invaded and they don't have the ability to protect themselves, then you don't have an ally anymore. All of that previous work you put into having them as an ally is now lost because you guys didn't put up any fight when a different foreign power came to invade. Yeah, I know you're not against giving aid. I'm just saying.
Oh, looks like Fox has some tricks up his sleeve. This is gonna be one heck of a match.
Considering that we die if Team Darkstar loses, that's an understatement.
An understatement, an undergarment, the underworld of professional mustache twirling, whatever it is, it's hot!
We'll see you in the reruns. Allow me to slip into something more comfortable.
Comfortable.
This year on Dread Zone, an audience favorite, the giant mech climactic battle.
I can't look. Is Team Darkstar dead? Dallas, what's happening? Dallas, what are you doing?
Nothing, just keep your eyes closed. Down!
That's right. Take him out, Team Darkstar. Destroy him. Destroy his family. Make him cry into his next life. Yeah!
I've never seen...
Okay. Okay, let's see. Starting with challenge mode. Yes, sure. You have to act on principles. If internationalism isn't always about... Yeah. Can you please hush? Shush.
Face the hollow target on the right.
Yeah.
Then fire. Good. Now shoot the hollow target above you.
All right, Ratchet. Your movement circuit should be in working order now. Try getting to the top of that ledge.
I really hate it when games stop you from moving.
Mini-map representation of the area. Can you see it? The mini-map will show you the positions of nearby enemies. I am Good, Ratchet. There should be a teleporter nearby that will take you to the next stage of the qualification course.
There is a reason why socialists and people on the left reject nationalism, and it's because the proletariat are worldwide. It's not just in the US or just in Norway or just in whatever country. It's every worker internationally is a worker. So any policy that can protect the worker globally is something that should be strived for, and it's like a principle thing.
Check your map. There should be a teleporter nearby. Use the teleporter.
And right now, it's just the best policy now is to give.
Excellent. Now that the game has been completed, you have unlocked a new difficulty level. Play at your own risk.
A new difficulty level? I already... What do you mean?
Ratchet in challenge mode. You can buy the massively destructive mega weapons version of any weapon that has reached maximum upgrade level.
You ever been in country? You know.
Oh, that's just a credit. Whoops. Concept art? No. Requires all exterminator cards. How do I get all the exterminator cards? Let me see. Complete all challenges and the game on exterminator difficulty. Okay, so I just need to play the game again on just finish the game in the current difficulty.
Me? Yeah, before I came here, I saw a little action. It didn't end too well. I got my legs blown off. But I was top of my class in boot camp.
Hey, you ought to go say hi to Clank. He's set up on the other side of the container.
Hey, nice dick.
Hey, nice dick.
Attention, hero. Greetings, hero.
Red Zone fans, this is it. Let's introduce our first contestant. He's a Lombax. He spent time in prison. He hates candy and children. Let's hear it for Ratchet and Team Darkstar.
Uh-oh. I guess I didn't calibrate that bot correctly. Go ahead and press the down directional button to initiate the auto repair sequence. You can do this anytime a bot becomes too damaged to continue.
I'm just eating, sorry.
You can press the down directional button at any time to make your bots regroup to your position.
There's no larger threat to the US. you guys don't have to worry about external threats. You worry about your internal threats, and the rest of the world has to worry about the threats against us, okay? So if the US becomes a threat, then obviously we have to treat you as an external threat, but currently you're only a threat to yourself. So what you guys have to do is figure your shit out and stop being Nazis.
Remember to use your wrench if you are low on ammunition.
Like that's not my responsibility that the US is
Dread zone challenge.
So reactionary.
To activate devices or lower force fields. But be careful.
There's kind of the US responsibility to do something about that. I can't, as a non-US citizen, I don't have anything to say in your election processes or your democracy. So that's a fight you guys have to take. So, and you understand that you're doing this circular argument. You're doing a circular argument where you're saying that, oh, we're being put on the sideline, everyone ignores us, nobody wants to help us, and then when I say that you guys have to do something yourself to actually do something, because an external
Excellent work, Ratchet.
force cannot do anything. You guys have a major military. There's nothing any external threat can do to the US. So when I say that, well, then you have to like deal with your threats internally, not externally. You just go, well, we have to fend for ourselves, and we're screwed up, and we can't do anything, and blah blah blah. So you're just leaning into the defeatism. You're not really.
To explode.
Well, you can change the system. I've been telling you, you have to deal with it internally, not externally. There's nothing from the outside that's gonna help you guys. It's just like how Norway had to figure their our shit out and figure out how to do all of our stuff. You guys have to do the same. You have to find a path to better policy. You can't just rely on some strongman from the outside to come in and fix everything. You have to work for it. You have to find someone and something that will actually benefit the US and actually do something that's positive. And I think that when you think about just how much power the president has, there's plenty of opportunity to do that. It's just that you need to just have that one leftist or left adjacent president to just sit in power. And you have AOC, you have a lot of future potentially really great candidates that could run. You never know who's gonna show up. Bernie Sanders, completely unknown. There's some nobody senator from not Wyoming. It's I forget his where he's senator again. But he was like the nobody from nowhere who suddenly just went on the presidential stage and almost won against Hillary Clinton, a known name in politics, a powerhouse, the Clinton Foundation, the Clinton family. And this old socialist from some random small state just gets on stage, says a lot of leftist populist things, and practically wins. He completely changed the narrative. He completely made the politics in the US more left-leaning than it was before he was on stage. Like you don't understand just how little of a nudge you really need to get there.
To a crank and press the right directional button. You should check out the shield link feature. Just press the right directional button to have one bot create a shield around the other one.
Team Darkstar simply won't give up.
Count on me!
What is Norway supposed to do for the US? I'm seriously asking. What is Norway? Population of 5 million, country that, and keep in mind, like, of those 5 millions, most of those are babies. What are 3 million adults supposed to do for America, a country of plus 300 million? we're like proportionally, we're like 1% to your population or something, roughly estimated. You guys are known for the activists traveling from country to country, spreading hope. Mark's travel person. Yeah, and that's good. We should do that. We should have more international organizations that that do that. But I don't know what the legal stuff around that is. A lot of countries are not very friendly to socialists, and you also have to have a coherent ideology, and you have to have a coherent or consistent view on a big issue. And leftists already struggle a bit with being united on some issues. Like, you can talk to 5 different leftists and they will have 5 different opinions. So getting a group where you go around and spreading leftism, it can be a little complicated because you have to agree on a set of policies and a set of beliefs, and it's complicated. It's not. I mean, I am very for the project. I'm just wondering how you would solve it in praxis, I guess. Like how are you supposed to do that and do good praxis with such a wide variety in ideology. I mean, I think a group that promotes the writings of the writing of Marx and maybe makes like a condensed version of Das Kapital, to kind of get a lot of the economic criticism across without it being too technical and too jargony and too academic. That could be a thing. I mean, I'm not against the idea. Like I said, I think it's good to... That's what the Communist Manifesto was supposed to be. It's just like a easily accessible, understandable program for the proletariat.
Don't forget to order the Dread Zone home game.
And it was made that way because he wanted to reach out to more people, and he wanted the message to be shared and spread across more people.
Final showdown in the Catacomb Burial Dome. There's no telling what.
Yes, and that's why Bernie is such a good advocate because he has been around the world. He's talked to a lot of people. He goes to different nations. He understands what works and what doesn't work in different countries. All that is important. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just I think you need a group and you need a strong figurehead, I guess. So I'm like maybe making a group with like. This is just an example. I don't mean to bring up AOC all the time, but like if you had AOC join like an org and it was funded and they could do like international trips and do because this is what the far right does. Like Jordan Peterson, he was in Norway. He was doing like talks in Norway, and I think that all that export of radicalism from the US has often been stuff like
Well done, Ratchet. You have completed... Challenges can be completed in any order once...
Yeah. A lot of right-wing stuff was kind of exported to Norway through a lot of like right-wing grifters coming here and doing like performances and doing shows and whatnot. Because a lot of Norwegians are stupid. I mean, the average population is... It's like half stupid and half above average intelligence, kind of like in technical terms, I guess. It's like half the population is gonna be below average or average. I mean, when you're talking about average, most people aren't usually. They're usually a little under it or a little above. But technicalities aside, that the general population is stupid. They don't know anything about politics. They don't understand political and moral frameworks and ethical systems, and they haven't looked into economics. They don't know basic economic theory. The general population is largely politically uneducated,
It was a tough cookie.
even in Norway. So when right-wing grifters come over here and they're using all their lingo and they're using all their strategies that they use on the American population, it kind of works anywhere, because it's a type of
To hack into one of those orb locks.
it's kind of like you're saying with Marx and Bernie and stuff. Like you're going abroad and you're spreading your ideology, and it's kind of what right-wingers are doing, and they're better at it than the left is. The left is doing a worse job at
Gratuitous violence, Juanita.
holding conferences, creating popular figures that people want to listen to and are interested in. Like, the left needs Jordan Peterson. We need people who are like, oh, that's a guy who wants better conditions for men. And that's like something the left lacks. The left doesn't have like a Jordan Peterson or any sort of like answer to men's issues or any like iconic
Ooh, goody, the swamp.
iconic person on our side of the political spectrum that pulls in
Ooh, just lucky.
younger audiences and people.
Oh, wow, I can see
And
them up here. Yee, yee.
it's kind of sad, but it is, we are very much like,
On the far side of the swamp.
we kind of depend on attaching ourselves to a person because the person is associated with the idea. The same way like a lot of people associate like, yeah, the idea that Andrew Tate is... Okay, can I turn off the voices? Holy shit. A lot of the ideas that Andrew Tate, for instance, is giving people it's just sexism, it's just misogyny, and that's not unique. That's just the idea that he's selling, but he's selling it as his brand. It's his brand of sexism. He is like the sexist that he wants people to look up to. He wants people to look up to him. He wants to be the thing that people wants to be. And that's like the effective way of getting people to kind of join in on the ideology. And it's kind of like the same with Ben Shapiro, Crowder, the Jordan Peterson, and all these people. They're talking heads. They're spearheads. They're like the figure of the ideology. It's the people that you want to be, or you want to feel like, oh, I'm cool like them, or I'm smart like them, or I'm cool because I can understand what they're saying. It's kind of that whole thing. When you're in a situation where there's no one like that on the left, there was only Bernie for the short time, and AOC is cool. I like her, but she doesn't. There's not that many that look up to her the way that they look up to Ben Shapiro or to Trump or to Jordan Peterson or any of these people. Like they have like a monopoly on people, on relatability, and that's what the working class kind of likes. Also, hello, Anthals. I forgot to say hello. They have like a monopoly on coming off as like, oh, this is what you want to be, this is what you want to look like. They kind of captured a lot of the working class attention by focusing on the people and not necessarily always the ideology. You attach yourself to the people, right? Like Elon Musk, he has like a whole fan base and a whole like cult around him. It's not because his political opinions are good or coherent or anything like that. It's just because people think he's cool because, oh, he is millionaire man with fast car, he has many money, I think he cool. So it's not the idea that he's actually... It's not the ideas, it's the people attached to the ideas that is used like a strategy. So we kind of... We need more strong personalities, and that's why I think John Fetterman and Bernie and these kind of people are very important, because they represent the face of the ideology that we're trying to get people into. Because that's what the right does. They know that the ideology is shit, so they use people that are likable or charismatic to kind of get you invested, to get you to feel like, oh, well, it's not necessarily the ideology, I just really like Elon, or I really like Jordan Peterson. And then it's like when they say stuff, you're like, oh, well, I like him, so I agree. Yeah, I mean, that in Norway, with Moxnes, he basically built the party. I mean, the political party, the Communist Party, was it didn't exist for like just what, 12 years ago or something. It's existed for a very short time, but because he's a very likable and recognizable person with very strong political views and social and progressive attitudes and stuff, he's very well liked in politics. So you have to build a lot of your politics around, and I know leftists dislike that because it's more about, oh, well, I want the ideology to be the thing that people focus on, but a lot of people don't do that. They focus on whoever is leading the party, they focus on whoever is like associated with the ideas and who seems relatable and cool, and people kind of attach themselves to that. So I think there needs to be more effort put on the part of leftists to have people on the left that can sell the ideology for us by attaching it kind of to their personhood and their personality and them as a person, because it's more difficult if it's a charismatic, cool person that are saying these kind of ideas. It's way more difficult for the far right to kind of dissuade and kind of, I don't know, hand wave it away. That's why they really, really hate. Have you noticed how much they hate it when celebrities weigh in on political issues and they're like, yeah, I think the left is good and socialism should probably be done, and it's not good that we're in a situation where this and that happens and stuff, and they always go like, oh, well, they don't know anything, you should stick to playing basketball, you should stick to playing being in acting, and you should stick to playing golf. And it's always that when it's people, celebrities who are saying it, because they're liked, people like them, so they have authority when they say like they like stuff and they like it, like ideologies and stuff, because it gets associated with them as a person. And the far right really hates that, because it makes the ideology more approachable and more relatable for most people, because they have a relationship, a parasocial relationship with all these celebrities. So the far right really hates that, but they love it when a celebrity comes out as like conservative and has like very strong reactionary opinions. They will all just like really cheerlead, and they will like root for them and be like, oh, they're so brave and so cool, and the establishment is trying to take them down, and they're denying them their free speech because they're not allowed to say whatever they want, and they're so cool and good. So they do this double think where it's bad whenever a leftist expresses leftist opinion, but it's always like the opposite with when someone is expressing their opinions. So it's like the double standard, the double think. Corbyn was extremely left-leaning, and Labour decided that they wanted to... They rather destroy their own party than let an actual leftist do anything interesting. Like you can criticize Corbin for a lot of things, but the whole psyop with the he's an anti-Semite and he's like he hates Jewish people and all that stuff, it was just like an internal like an external like he was too radical, so they needed a way to get rid of him, and that's how they got rid of him. They just decided, no, we're just gonna ruin our own party. We're just gonna absolutely ruin all future political opportunities we have by ousting him and getting a liberal to sit instead. How did my loud talking sound? I saw that it was clipping. I hope that made it funnier. The whole thing meant the whole DAC went red when I said liberal. Just like my brain go red, very angry. But yeah, no, the Labour was technically like a leftist party basically, but then they were like, nope, fuck you, Corbyn. We're gonna destroy all this. We're gonna self-destruct. We're gonna hand all control over to the Tories. We're gonna give up. We hate you. We don't want to turn to actual socialism. We're just gonna toss in the towel and be cowards and be liberals. That's basically what happened. And Thalos is a lot more agreeable and a lot better at bringing over. I think better at bringing over people who are always already leftists or sympathetic to leftism. I think I'm maybe better at pulling over social democrats. That's probably more my strength, honestly. I'm more willing to engage with liberals because I like making fun of them when they're wrong, and I can tell that when they don't have any good counter arguments, they get flustered, and I live for that. That's very fun. And they either have to reconsider their positions and go home in shame, or they get really angry and they dig themselves a hole, and I can just smile and be like, okay, liberal. So it's either I win them over, or they're just like they're never gonna move anyway. It does depend on the person though. Like if I'm talking to, let's say I'm talking to my sisters, I believe they're willing to listen to my perspective, and they would be combative of a lot of the ideas, but I feel like they would also listen, you know. So even if they kind of disagree at first, they are willing to listen for long enough to a point where I can actually make enough arguments for it to actually resonate and for it to make sense. Because sometimes you have to open with something contentious, right? Because that's how you get people to be like, well, I don't agree with that, like, well, what do you mean? And that's where you start discussing, right? You have to say something contentious first to make them want to engage in a discussion. And an easy way, it's like just to say something that sounds disagreeable, but it's actually very agreeable, and you kind of go from there. But just discussing the you can discuss the framing, obviously, but you wanna get people to agree. That's the point. And you don't get people to agree if they don't listen. If they have like a pre-prepared statements and they're just completely brainwashed by media. Like, you can kind of tell sometimes when you talk to someone and all they're saying is like, you've heard the same talking points from a million other like newspapers and places, and you recognize all the talking points, and you realize that, okay, this person is just going on a script. They have not actually thought about any of this. They're just repeating what they heard, and they think that it makes them look smart because they're saying a lot of stuff that sounds smart, but it's just like populist jargon bullshit they heard in the news. They don't actually know anything. And I think depending on a person, you can kind of lean into that and be like, oh yeah, that's true, but have you considered that, blah blah blah, and then you don't dismiss them. You want to kind of make them feel like they're still smart, and like they are the one who came to the conclusion and not you. You kind of want to lead the horse to water. But whether or not the horse drinks the water, that's something you can't really control at the end of the day. You just have to hope that you are a good enough guide that the horse finds water and that the horse do be thirsty. It really depends on who I'm talking to though, Jam, because you gotta keep in mind, I assume that we agree on... Okay, so I've heard this this example used where when someone on the far right or a liberal disagree with me, or say something mean, I kind of laugh it off, or I think it's like inconsequential because they're not my ally. They're not my ally yet. I assume that they're gonna disagree with me. I assume that they're gonna have dumb opinions because they're not my natural ally in politics. So my expectations are very different for who I'm talking to. So whenever I'm talking to you, I have very high expectations of you to have good opinions that are well thought out and that are Marxist in principle. So when you have reactionary or disappointing opinions, I tend to get a little angry. I get a little upset because I expect more from you, and that's like an expectation thing. It's not like I treat everyone the same way, where I get angry and annoyed at them having the wrong opinion. It's like I expect most people to have the wrong opinion. It's like most people don't know shit. They have not read a single political program in their life. They've never studied economics. They've never studied political theory. They've never done anything. They are completely ignorant and they don't understand anything. So I don't expect much from them. But when it's someone I know, someone who's leftist, who's read the Capital or other political works and know a lot and generally agree with me, I get very annoyed when I hear stuff that I feel like is far removed from what values I thought were in common with the two of us. So it's kind of like an expectation thing, and like I expect you to be better, and I can be brutal because I want those bad opinions to die as fast as possible. It's not ill intent. It's actually the other way around. It's tough love, I would say. It's like, have you maybe I'm just autistic or something, but it's like the thing where where friends call each other assholes and a lot of stuff, and they're like harsh in their language because they know each other. They know that at the end of the day, even if you have like a major argument, you're still friends. You're close friends. It doesn't change that. Nothing has really changed, even if you had like a harsh argument about something. It's just that it's like a tone thing. Like you can call your best friend a dick weasel or a shithead or something like that, but you cannot do that to friends and family. You cannot do that to strangers. So it's a completely different engagement. And I guess it's just like I feel like I'm treating if I'm always going to be soft on my friends, then it feels like there's no difference between having a friend and having a conversation with a complete stranger, you know? Because what's the difference then? Like actually, if I can have the same discussion and engagement with a complete stranger, then I don't know why should I have friends then? I can just go and talk with a stranger. So my expectations and my engagement with friends are very different for that reason, because I believe that friends can handle hearing me calling them a dummy and a dumb stinky when they have dumb and stinky opinions. Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm not gonna pretend anything else. It's not like I can take a lot. I'm willing to put up with a lot of name calling and a lot of insults and a lot of stuff from friends. And yeah, I can get embarrassed if I do something really dumb or say something very stupid or are ignorant about something or whatever else. Obviously everyone gets kind of embarrassed or feel a little bad about having said something or done something dumb. But that's a good response. You should feel dumb when you do something dumb. That means you won't do it again. And that's why you have friends, right? Friends are supposed to correct you and correct your behavior. So when you're doing really dumb stuff and a friend goes, "Wow, you're being really dumb now. That's dumb. Don't do that." If your response is, "Oh no, don't do that. I don't like it when you correct me," then you're just telling your friends to ignore your shitty behavior and just keep being like, I don't know. I think it's not productive. It's better to just allow friends to be able to, as long as if it's not mean-spirited, if it's not like you're not making fun or bullying, or it doesn't go, it's not done in a way that's super negative or harmful or like bullying, or it's all just in the spirit of keeping each other on track and keeping each other not ideologically pure or anything, but like just trying to dissuade from having like bad opinions. And people will do that to me too, where, oh, I highly disagree with this is very bad and blah blah, and like kind of do the friend check thing, where it's like using the friendship status as a way to kind of maneuver through the opinions. But I'm too stubborn to ever move. So it's sometimes you won't move friends, right? And your friend will just have shitty opinions and you weren't able to change them. And that just means that, okay, maybe you shouldn't talk about that stuff then with that friend. Maybe you guys just disagree on it to such a degree that there is no point in having that sort of engagement. And that's how it is for some people. Like my friend, my friend in middle school had some weird opinions, and I just kind of stayed away from those. I didn't really talk about it. I didn't want to try to discuss that because I knew that I would probably not be able to move them. It was just kind of set in their way kind of thing. Same with my dad, and I think you were there for that. My dad mentioned that one of his friends or coworkers is like a conspiracy theory guy who's into like QAnon or whatever it's called. And they just never discuss politics because it's like a Trump QAnon kind of nut. So he just stays completely away from all types of politics because he knows that talking to him about that stuff, it doesn't lead anywhere. You can't really talk sense into someone who believes in conspiracy. You just have to be like, well, okay, I can't really help that person then. I think as long as you're respectful with your friends, as long as your intention is never to harm but to help, and the point is just to inform and share values and that sort of stuff, then I think, at least in my personal view, now you can correct me, but in my personal view, I don't think I ever say or do anything that's actually that bad. I think it's rather my delivery and the cultural context and the surrounding culture around how it's delivered and how I am compared to other people that kind of makes it different. Because I get along with people very, very well, IRL. I talk to people at work, I talk to people at schools, and I talk to people at like every part of my life where everyone has been very positive and been like, the weird thing is, like, whenever I don't talk, people assume that I don't have anything to say. So whenever I would talk, like in class or at work and stuff, people would always be surprised at the insight I had. And I think that's because I'm a very different person in real life compared to how I am online. And I think you are probably lacking a lot of social cues and a lot of body language that also makes me seem less aggressive IRL. It's probably my writing style, because I do write more, not academically, but I write very, it's dry, it's very to the point. I don't really try to hide my opinions, and I don't do that when I'm talking IRL or stuff like that either. It's just, I think you can, it's like the tone of voice and the delivery and everything is just different when you're messaging compared to when you are talking. Because like I said, I get along with people really well, like whenever I was in school and at work and stuff. And people generally really like listening to me and hearing my opinions, which was strange because I always feel like I'm not that interesting to listen to, and I was like afraid that I don't have anything to add that someone else don't already know, or the social stuff is complicated, you know. It's social engagement. There's so many rules and different things to it, and I think I'm just lucky to have some sort of natural charisma. If I didn't have charisma, I would be severely hampered in my everyday routine with talking to people, because it's only through the fact that I have like some born with riz that I can kind of get through the day. I'm rizzing my way through conversations. Yeah, I'm not as careful with my words online, I guess, but this is also a thing where the delivery, when I'm reading my own words, when I'm reading what I'm saying back while I'm typing it out in my head, it probably sounds very different to how it's being read by the recipient. But when you hear me talk, it's easier to to kind of tell what kind of tone I'm going for and what my intended the tone is overall. I think it's easy to maybe misunderstand me because I have a very distinct way of making my arguments. I guess I sound more combative over messages because everything is made as like a it's more or less made as like a blanket statement, and then you have to engage with what I've said. While when I'm talking in this context, it's more like I'm just talking. I'm not delivering like a well thought out argument or statement on anything. I'm just talking. I'm just chilling. So there's different expectations. There's different engagement levels of engagement when you are messaging versus when you are talking over chat and stuff. But to be fair, I think you just find my my arguments and my points to just be depressive overall, because we have had talks. We have had talks over Discord, where I made all the same points I would have made in messages, and I don't think it came off that different, at least to me, because all the arguments and all the statements are kind of the same. It's just like a slight different delivery. Also, I think I have a fever or something because I hugged my mom today, and I felt like I was she was so cold compared to me. It's like when I hugged her, I felt like I was I was like burning up. Yeah, it's just people have different. It's difficult for me to even say because this is one of the reasons I kind of want to get screened for autism, I guess. Some like maybe I'm on the spectrum, because I don't know how I come across to people. They have to specifically tell me. They have to be like, oh yeah, I think you're cool, or oh yeah, no, I do. You really, I like you, and I like your way of talking about things and stuff. I have no idea what people actually think unless they tell me, and I don't know if that's like an like an autism thing. But how would I know? I don't know what people think until unless they actually tell me. I can't imagine what they think of me because I don't think that highly of me. I don't think that I'm some like impressive individual. I'm me. I'm the only one that I could be. I'm me. So it's hard for me to know what anyone else thinks. It's hard for me to know, oh, did I come across good there? Did I come across bad? True, Kingdom Hearts 2 dub. Really good. It's kind of like the Delta, not Deltarune, Undertale. Despite everything, it's still you. Right, but you can kind of tell if people are pleased with you or angry with you based on their expression, right? I don't know if I'm able to do that. I don't know if I'm deriving the correct information whenever I'm in a conversation with people. Like, I know what a smile looks like. I know what the different expressions are. It's not like I'm facial, like, expression blind or something. I kind of know, but it's very difficult to know if they're faking it or not, because some people are really good at coming across as like, oh, it's like a polite face, or it's like a actually I'm happy to see you face. Sometimes it can be difficult to know, like especially in interviews. You don't really know if it's going well or not, because they're smiling and nodding, and they're just they're doing like radical empathy. So it's really difficult to know what they're actually like. What is their actual thoughts? What are they thinking about? And even then, even if you ask, people can say stuff that's just not true. Have you? I feel like I've experienced that so many times, where people say something, and from my own observations, it's not true what they're saying, and I get weirded out by it, because I don't understand why they're lying. Because I'm observing something that's strange and pointing it out, and then they still lie about it, and then I have to be like, are they lying, or are they telling the truth? I can't tell. And it's kind of the same with jokes sometimes, where I can't tell if they're making a joke or if they're actually serious. And it's because of the delivery being like, I don't know every in-joke. I don't know what they always mean by every joke they say. And that stuff is very frustrating to navigate, because you never know when something is a joke or not, and that makes it extremely tough to... Because I've been embarrassed many times where I've just responded to people making jokes. Like, I don't have any jokes in mind, but they'll make a joke about something that's like ironic or sarcastic, and it's in a, like a it's phrased as a question. And since it's phrased as a question, I just answer, because it's like, oh, you're asking me a question, and then I'm giving you an answer. So even if it's like, even if I realize as I'm answering, like, oh wait, that's a joke, I'm just still gonna answer the joke question with an actual response. Dude, I cannot force laughs. People who can actually laugh, like do a polite laugh on command, I don't understand that. I can't do it. I'm unable to. I'm just gonna smile. If someone is being polite and saying some dumb stuff, I'm just gonna smile. I'm not gonna be able to laugh, but I'm gonna smile, and I'm gonna be nice to them. But I'm not gonna be able to force like a laugh or do anything like that. Like a fake laugh. That's no. Fake laugh, that's psychotic. Never happening. I will only do a fake laugh as like a joke, like it's like it's so obviously not a real laugh kind of thing. The only kind of joke, like no, not joke, but the only kind of laugh related thing I would do is like the that kind of like, it's like a funny little haha hee hee. Obviously not a real laugh. And that's I don't do that around people. I usually do that when I'm streaming or something else. It's not like I go to to a wedding or something, and then when people are talking to me, I go nye 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 nye. I do like the papyrus laugh. Nye 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 nye. Wah 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 wah. Doing that type of stuff. Just mid funeral, just we're gathered here today. Nyeh, 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 nyeh. It's doing that in the back of the church. Charisma, as I understand it, is it's how likable you are, or it's like a social acceptance thing. Charisma is, it can be more than one thing, which is like, it's kind of synonymous with charm. Being charming doesn't necessarily mean you're charismatic. Like there's people who, okay, let's try using some examples. Let's say a nerdy guy, someone who necessarily isn't charismatic, but they're very interested in the stuff they like, and they're kind of cute. They're just they're very sweet, and they're very wholesome and very real, and they know what they like, and they are very passionate about that. That's someone that I would call charming. That's a charming person. They're very open. You kind of like them because they're just kind of cute and they like nerdy stuff. A charismatic person is someone who you want to be around. Someone who exudes a type of social inclusion and charm that makes you wanna talk to them and be around them. And you're just, they're kind of magnetic. They have like a magnetic personality, and they're good at talking. They're good at making you feel seen. They make you feel good. That's like that's what I would define as more charismatic compared to being charming. Power by personality alone. How much impact to your personality? No other matters sort of impact. The person being able to intimidate is also charismatic. Yeah, it's kind of like charisma can be wielded as a weapon for sure, because you can come across as scary. If you're very charismatic, you can use that charisma to use or exude some sort of social power, because everything is like a social hierarchy, and charismatic people are usually very high on the social hierarchy, so they're able to use they're very capable of leveraging their social position into being negative stuff as well. Charisma doesn't necessarily mean that you're a good person or you do good things. It just means people are fond of your presence and the way you carry yourself and the way you talk about stuff and like you're kind of, it's almost like metaphysical, almost like how much of it is personality, how much can you learn, how much is like tied to you as a person, and it's difficult. It's like some bullies are technically very charismatic, but they're not charming. Because bullies aren't charming, they're bullies. So they can still have charisma, but they're not charming anyone. They're not being charming by being a bully. And that's why a lot of charismatic people tend to be bullies, because they can get away with it so easily. There's less of a social consequence for them because people just kind of like them. So it's harder to keep them responsible for the shitty behavior they do, because they're so magnetic as a person that no matter even if they are a shitty person, they can kind of get away with it because they are liked, even if they or they can kind of like socially get away with stuff because they have that charisma following them. Yeah, so a charismatic person is like I said, in a social hierarchy, they would be the high-ranking one in social conversations. So they would be given the word a lot. They would be able to talk to everyone. They have like a social authority amongst the group. So people with positive charisma, people who use their charisma in a positive way to further positive and charismatic ways of introducing people and stuff and bringing people in to the conversation, will help the quiet people and give them like the space to talk. Like, oh hey, you haven't said much, what do you think about? And then they ask you things and kind of give you the space. And that they do that because they have the charisma to command the room, right? They are giving, they're given the authority to speak on the behalf of almost everyone in the group because they are the charismatic person. So they have the ability to use their charisma in a positive sense by handing the word over to someone else who they feel should be talking more, should be given the word, but don't maybe have the social skills to interject, which I always like those kind of people who pick up on my need to maybe chime in, but I don't really want to, like, I have a hard time jumping into conversations. It's very difficult to know how to like really interject because people are always so invested and so interested in talking themselves that they kind of neglect to actually look around them and see that, oh, there's other people in the room that also has a voice. So I tend to just kind of lean back and then just kind of be like, well, if nobody wants to hear from me, I guess I just won't talk and I'll just lean back and listen. So I kind of appreciate all those people who use their charisma to include people who are being quiet, because there's sometimes I'm also just observing and I notice that other people in the room, in my company and the company in general, are not being given an opportunity to talk. They're just kind of ignored because they're not fighting for them to be heard. So I always like it when they like, oh well, what do you think? And then they bring in the quiet person, because the quiet person always has something interesting to say, and that's just my opinion. I think that people who are quiet generally have a lot more to say than you think, and usually have very interesting thoughts, because while everyone else is talking and voicing their opinion, which they think is so great and so cool, and think they are the center at attention and think they've got everything figured out, they've never spent enough time to actually listen to anyone. But the quiet person is always listening. They're always gathering information. They're listening to multiple sides. They're listening to different people all the time. And so by being quiet, you obtain a lot of very interesting information and a lot of the best ideas from either side or from either person that the loud people never hear, because they never shut the fuck up. They always talk. So they never give space to... They're never given... They're so busy of talking and making sure that everyone else knows their opinion to a degree where they lack insight and they start to kind of go blind in a way on like other potential sides of the matter, because they're just so busy self-aggrandizing themselves rather than listening to new things and new information. I just generally think that a quiet person will have heard a lot more than a loud person. A loud person is too busy talking to actually listen to people. And due to that, you don't have the opportunity to obtain any information either. And I'm not saying that being quiet is inherently good either. You should talk to people. You should engage in conversation and debates and make sure that your opinions aren't completely off, and make new friends and just talk to people. That's good. But I think a lot of quiet people can serve a lot of insight that the rest don't have, because they've listened to everyone. They can kind of like take the temperature of the room too, because they've been paying attention to like small size. Like when I'm quiet and I'm in the room, I kind of know what people are gonna say conversation wise, so I follow the conversation, but I also kind of look at body language and like try to decipher what are people feeling, what are people thinking. I kind of look at people and like you can tell that, oh, they're doing like a weird, I wonder, they're twisting in their chair now. Do they have to use the bathroom, or are they uncomfortable with the conversation? And if you're quiet and you observe a lot, you'll start to learn to recognize some of this stuff. Like you'll start to be able to find out what's just, oh, they're uncomfortable, and oh, they have to use the bathroom, kind of thing. You kind of just learn over time. So I feel like being quiet and just observing and trying to decipher and learn all the body language, and observing and understanding the routines and things happening around you, that helps to serve you a lot of insight and understand people better. It makes you better at picking up on stuff as well, and understanding and seeing when people, just basic stuff, like when someone approaches you, like a family member, and they're like walking towards you, you can, there's only like a few things. There's either they're gonna like you have something on your face and they want to like brush it off, or something like your jacket isn't straight or something like that, or they want to hug. And over time you're gonna learn the difference between the two. You kind of see like the hug, they kind of walk towards you in a certain way, and with the they want to straighten your jacket or something, they walk in a different way. And it's just like the tiny details like that. Just learning to pick up on that stuff makes you better at social like conversing with people in general, because you know what to expect. You kind of pick up on the signs. You can see if someone is uncomfortable, and you can kind of if someone is unhappy or angry, or that kind of stuff. It becomes very important for your ability to function socially. Which is why I say that I kind of struggle with that. I don't always know if people like me or think I say something good or bad, or it's so hard to gauge whether or not people find me likable or not, because it's, how do you know? Because you just have to wait for them to say that, no, I thought that was great and I liked that and blah blah blah, because otherwise there's no way to get like feedback on it, because it's usually not that normal that people go like, oh yeah, I'm gonna list up all the positive attributes that I like about you and think is cool and that you did right. And you know, I wish that's how social conversations went, because I do want people to just make it an easy list so I can just repeat that to make it more easy. But that's just not how social engagements work. So sadly, you just have to kind of live and learn and kind of figure it out yourself. And it kind of sucks. A lot of people struggle with that stuff. And it's so hot in here. It's not actually not. It's not hot in here. I think I have a fever or something. Holy crap! I feel like I'm burning up. It's like 23 degrees. It's not that Celsius, so it's not like that hot or anything. It's just I feel like I'm dying. Just opening a window. My god. I'm just gonna get a cold now because I have some sort of fever or something. And I'm opening windows and it's very cold out and I'm taking everything, not everything off. That would be a little extreme. I'm taking my hoodie off. I feel like I have like, I don't know, my brain do be a little stinky. Like little brain fog or something. I have plenty of fans. I have you. One of my all the time favorite tweets is what's the guy from Scrubs, the actor, Sack something. Hold on, let me see. Sack. I'm looking up the Sack Braff. He made like a tweet a long time ago about fan. So back on old Twitter, to see images, you sometimes had to like click the link to open it. So you couldn't actually see what I just want the music to stop, sorry. You can actually see what the image was before you opened it. Hold on. Where did it save? Where's the image? Oh, here we go. So, it's like it's you've seen the image, but a picture of me screwing one of my fans, and then you like open it and it's him screwing on a fan, and then it's the follow-up tweet. By the way, after I finished screwing that fan, it blew me all night. It's one of my favorite tweets. I love this guy, Sack Braff. The eye funny watermark. No. It's such a iconic tweet. Before Twitter got destroyed. Before Twitter bad. Now it's just shitter. Use neither to bypass any restrictions. I don't know what that's. I don't understand. I'm too dumb for that joke. Is it like instead of Twitter, it's knitter? I feel like you're just trying to trick me into saying the N-word on accident or something. Oh, it's like a copy? I feel like they could have chosen a better name. It sounds like they're just trying to bypass the slur. I know, Jam. I'm. That was a joke. Oh, sorry. I should turn down the. I've been triggering the. I've been pushing my focus right into the red, making the microphone clip. Sorry. This is something that I'm not actually able to do, but if with more practice I might be able to. I might be able to tell when people are smiling when they're talking, because you can kind of tell, because when they're talking they pull their lips back, right? So their the delivery of the words kind of change, and I think you can kind of tell with me too. Whenever I'm smiling or delivering something in a in a different way, like that, you can kind of tell. It's difficult though, but you should be able to tell, like when I'm smiling, when I'm saying something. I'm surprised that Nick Fuentes hasn't changed his last name or something. He seems like the kind of person that would change his last name to Gur to do the joke. You know what I'm referring to, right? When I'm saying that, because it's like the meme online where they donate with that name. Because it sounds like you're saying the bad word. I guess he's just so proud of his Mexican or Latin. No, but I mean like that he actually changes it in IRL, so people have to call him that by his full name. Like it changes his last name. I guess for white supremacists, he must be very proud of his Latin or South American heritage. For someone who's a Nazi, it seems kind of weird to be called Fuentes. It's like instead of being named instead of being named Adolf Hitler, you're being named Jerome Hitler. If there's like a Blittler, then I really want them to be like their name to be Jerome Hitler, or Tyrone Hitler.
We're
I feel like that's basically it though. He's like, it's like being named such a very counter opposite thing of your ideology. Or like it's like what's a Jewish name? What would be a Jewish name? Like Weinstein Hitler or something? Like and believing in like Hitler's ideology. The only like stereotypical Jewish name I've ever heard from anywhere, it's like Family Guy always doing like, oh, Weinstein, or something with Steen. It's always that. But most Jewish people just have completely normal names. I don't know why it's like oh yeah, they're all called Steen something. Like I've never heard of anyone that's actually called anything like that. What? What? I'm not doing anything. My innocence? What do you mean? I don't... It's literally, I've only heard of it like in like Family Guy jokes. I don't know. Most like the Jewish people, I legit cannot tell a Jewish person apart from anyone else. I don't... There's nothing that's different about them to me. They're just like regular people. There's nothing. I don't. I mean, how you can even derive at someone being different? I don't know. Like they just look like a white person to me. They just, I don't know. Like Ethan Klein, for instance, I would have never ever known in my entire life that he was Jewish unless he like ever like mentioned it. It wouldn't have crossed my mind. I wouldn't. He's white passing to me. I don't think of him like any else than I would myself. I feel like that should be like the standard though. Why is that so pure and innocent? I don't understand. I feel shouldn't that just be the baseline for common basic decency? I feel like it's only those really racist people who are extremely obsessed with characteristics and signs or stereotypes that pick up on it, and people who are in its vicinity. Like I've never been exposed to this kind of stuff. I've never like there's just no venue for me to ever have had those opinions or feel like I would have gravitated towards them or ever been enticed by it, because nothing about it is. It's just dumb. I mean, they're people. Everyone is people. Everything's I don't know. I don't associate anything different with. I really can never ever understand what like the Nazis ever was trying to get across. It's just so far removed from anything I think or believe. It's just unthinkable to me that people can even like devise their own like imaginary system of where they're different because something. Well, Scandinavia has hate speech laws, so I think that has helped quite a bit in reducing a lot of the racist stuff, a lot of the really awful tendencies, and I think it's also like you can't have those laws unless the general population tends to also agree with it. So it's not like it just came out of nowhere and we just assimilated to the law. When I'm saying that we have hate speech laws, I'm not attributing the lack of racism to that law specifically. I'm saying that the law is like also a result of us just being culturally opposed to it and not accepting it. So I think hate speech laws are something that is a natural progression of anti-racism and anti-racist sentiments and that sort of stuff. And whenever a country or a culture or whatever is ready to engage with that, I think it just kind of happens automatically, because no one, if you don't want to, if there's no value in being racist, which there isn't, but like in the US, a lot of people think there is. A lot of people tie their personality into it and have like very shitty opinions. As long as those people still exist and dominate the political space, then hate speech laws won't be a thing, because they see it as free speech, because it's like, oh well, my right to do this or shape my personality around being racist is my right kind of thing. But in Norway, we don't really have that. No one is trying to fight for the right to be racist. That's something that would be socially unacceptable here. So that's like a cultural thing. So at that point, you can be like, well, you're not losing anything. You're not losing any free speech by making sure that the racist speech is not protected, because no one thinks that's worth protecting. No one thinks that there's any value in protecting the ability to be racist. So we did away with that, and that's just like the cultural. That's like a cultural thing. If Americans continue to feel like hate speech is a part of their free speech, then hate speech laws probably won't happen, because you think it's a part of the value of the hate speech stuff, you know? And it is very strange that the biggest advocates for white supremacy currently is a lot of Hispanics. I don't know why that is. It's so weird. Like with Nick Fuentes and a lot of like other people who have like a Hispanic heritage and stuff. I don't understand. They're kind of. It's very. It must be very counterintuitive, because white supremacists don't normally consider Hispanics part of their in-group. So I don't understand what the deal is there. It seems kind of crazy to me. I mean, in Norwegian, it's like white means white, as in your skin. It's not tied into some sort of weird ideology about what is white. It's not about because white is used very arbitrarily in the US as opposed to in Europe, where white means white, as in you have white skin. So if you are white in Europe, it just means your skin is white. It doesn't mean anything else. There's no like, it's not a, it's not like a concept. It's not like a, it's just your skin. It's just your skin color. It's nothing more than that. So it was always so insane to me that the US treats it like, oh no, they're not white enough. They're not white. They're this group. They're from another group. And then you look at them and they're white. Their skin is white. What do you mean? What do you mean they're not white? Their skin is white. It's like a completely different value, or not value, but like it's like a completely different set of criterias for what is considered white and who is in the group and who's outside the group. And it's just it's so shit. I don't understand. It's so unhinged. I don't like it. It's why I can't really treat stuff like that seriously, because how can you when white doesn't mean white anymore? The words just start to lose meaning. Like, okay, does up mean down in certain contexts then? Because we have made an arbitrary new meaning? Oh no, I don't mean up, I mean down, up. Like what? What do you mean? Up is up. Yes, it's all very unnecessary and dumb. American racism is really something else. It is quite something. It's why it's so confusing for Europeans that are listening in to Americans talk about this stuff. Because when you guys are talking about there is no white people or there is no white culture or that sort of stuff, it sounds like you're erasing everyone with white skin to Europeans. So you guys are like setting the discourse in a, like the discourse becomes extremely bad because a lot of Europeans will perceive it as like you're saying that, oh, we don't exist because our skin is white, when that's not what's happening at all. But people outside of the US don't understand that when people say white, it's like a cultural concept. It's like a, it's a very loaded term. So a lot of people have gotten radicalized that way because they believe that, oh, you're basically saying we don't have rights or we don't exist or we don't have culture and blah blah blah. When we think of like white people, it's like the majority of Europe, people who just have white skin. But you guys are saying like white as in the in group and the out group as in arbitrarily chosen by, I don't know, some racists. Yeah, I know, Jam. I did see the study, and that is a study that was done in Norway as well, where they used a foreign-sounding name versus a and quotation marks white-sounding name. Oh, okay. And the person with like a very generic white-sounding name, like Jack or Tom, or Will or anything like that, all of them get like way better odds at getting the job, while people called like Tyrone or Patrice, is that even? No. I am very bad with names. I don't have any like preconceived notions of what is a black name and what is a white name, to be honest. I don't even have like a good example for I'm trying to think about characters now. Characters from movies or something that I can compare to. I can't think of any names with like any more ethnic sounding names, I guess is the one word for it. Was kind of selected out. No, it's fine. It's fine. I think it speaks to my innocence. I can't even think of like a racially charged name or anything. The only one I know is Tyrone because it's like a meme. It's like, oh yeah, big dick Tyrone is coming to take your wife. That's the only reason I know it. It's like the whole, like, the conservatives are terrified of Tyrone. Honestly though, like, Tyrone is like a pretty cool name. I get that it's very like loaded in the US, but it's not a bad name. Yeah, all the racial and all the weird racist moral panics and stuff. It's weird that humans have decided that we wanted to invent stuff to hate each other for. We just decided that arbitrarily that no, we're gonna hate each other because we look different. You're now my enemy. I honestly think having aliens invade us would probably be one of the ways to create world peace. Because at that point it would be more of a, okay, now it's humans against the aliens. So it doesn't matter what you look like, what culture or anything you are from. Because now it's like, well, we have to work together. It's either us or them. That would be like the aliens. So I think that was like an external threat. Kind of like they did in The Watchmen, will be one of the ways to actually unite the world. But yeah, for sure. I mean, women have always been somewhat kind of viewed as property as well. Women have had a lot of a history with being abused by men and being treated as objects and a lot of bad stuff. Yeah, property or infantilized, usually that kind of stuff. I mean, the women's movement, the suffragettes, that was like in the 1800s. Women's liberation is kind of almost as recent as racial liberation for a lot of stuff. So it's we kind of forget that, and that's what blah, 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 blah. Considering that, it's crazy that Karens are so racist, because if you go back to like not that long ago, they would have had like pretty abhorrent rights as well. I mean, they would have been better off than a black woman, obviously, because it's like intersectionality and all that. But it's like women haven't had it great historically either. So the fact that there's so many like crazy white white ladies that are like extremely racist and extremely like terrible about that stuff. It just shows that being of a group, being of a in-group that has experienced oppression doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be morally correct on anything. Often it seems to be the opposite, because you kind of see it with Israel, how they kind of are doing the same kind of genocide stuff against the Palestinians, and how they're like, just because they were historically victims doesn't mean that they're immune from making the same mistakes that were done to them. Which is the whole irony of Israel, the Palestinian stuff. Why am I having such a problem pronouncing that? I don't have a problem saying okay, I do have a problem saying that. What the heck? I've never said... I've only said it in Norwegian, I guess. Palestine? I keep trying to force an N in there for some reason. Palestine? Palestinian? Yeah, I think I'm saying it right now. I don't really talk about that stuff, so I've never said it out loud before. Because I'm not usually that, like, I am obviously, if I'm gonna go into a conversation about it, I'm going to be pro-Palestine, obviously, but it's not something that I voice my opinion on, like, very strongly, because, I mean, what can you really do? On an interpersonal level, you can be like, well, I think Palestine has a right to that, this and that, and I think Israel is being extremely genocidal. But outside of that, it's like, well, you can't do that much outside to voice your opinion. And I don't know, you get called like an anti-Semite, and you get like really... You get called a lot of really bad stuff for it, just because you think that the state of Israel is doing something bad. That means that you're implying that all Jews are bad, which I don't understand. It's like, if you're having a problem with whatever Norway's doing, let's say that you have a problem with Norway's oil production. Let's say you're anti-oil and you're like, Norway should stop producing oil. Oil is bad. Norway is profiteering on war by producing oil and earning money during the Ukraine war, the Ukraine invasion. You can make all those arguments, and I'll agree with them. But it's like, if you start saying like, yeah, no, you can't say that because that means you hate Scandinavians and you're racist against Scandinavians. Like, that's not... no one is gonna agree with that. No one... You have to separate the critique of the state from the people, because you're not making a prescriptive statement on a racial group. You're making a prescriptive statement on policy and on states, how the state functions and how the state does foreign policy and that sort of stuff. So it's just kind of, it's just so weird to me when people tie it into that. It actually makes me very uncomfortable, because it's actually the they keep saying, the people on the right keep saying that, oh, the left, they keep calling everyone Nazis. You have to watch out, the leftists are really bad and they're gonna come and break your head open with a bike lock and call you a Nazi. And meanwhile they're saying that they're the ones that are trying to pin you as a Nazi for not wanting to support an ethno-state. And just because they're Jewish. I think that's why I brought it up, though. It's just, I think if you're from a group that are oppressed, like you're from an oppressed group, it's you can fall for the whole oh well, I can't be the oppressor because I'm from the oppressed group kind of thing. And you kind of make the mistake of misunderstanding how even if you are from an oppressed group, that doesn't mean you can't be oppressive to others. And making that mistake is like intersectionality 101. You have to understand that obviously it's worse if you are abusing that power as like someone more privileged, but genocide is genocide. It's like, it doesn't change who does it. It doesn't matter if it's a white person, a black person, Jewish, whatever, Asian. It doesn't matter who does the genocide. Genocide is bad no matter what. You can't really justify it as, well, I was from an oppressed group and I was genocided, so I would know better than you what is genocide or isn't genocide. Like, no, you're doing genocide, and that's, I don't agree with that. That's bad. Stop it. It's literally the I can't be racist because I have black friends kind of thing. Well, I can't be doing genocide because I'm Jewish. I mean, that's not really, you're not saying anything, you're just what's it called? Virtue signaling or posturing. You're actually not, the argument is still, you haven't made a counter argument, you're just stating stuff. It's like identitarian stuff where you're saying, oh well, I can't be racist because I have 5% Afro-American on my DNA test, so I can indeed say the N-word. It's kind of like that. It's dumb. Stupid. That's the one time I think it was kind of fun to watch South Park because they made fun of those people. Like, for every 10 bad episodes, South Park will have an occasionally have a very funny episode. It's been hard to watch though during the Trump era and everything. It is funny though to see that the kind of PC principal is kind of become a more likable character now. More like you kind of can see where he's coming from on some stuff. Like the most ridiculous parts of his character has been toned down to be like more agreeable and more like, I don't know. The whole message of South Park is usually like caring about stuff is dumb. That's what it all boils down to, and I think that's a political apathy that is bad in general. It can be funny sometimes. I won't lie and pretend like there isn't funny episodes, because there is. But they promote a type of political apathy that I don't like, that is very anti-intellectual and very dishonest at times. And they don't engage with the arguments. They kind of just, it's like making up imaginary scenarios to like prove, oh, look how stupid this is. Oh, okay. They make up scenarios in order to try to prove like, oh, look how dumb this is, look how stupid they are. And very often it's like they misrepresent everyone. And when you misrepresent everyone and treat everything as like, oh well, it's dumb to care, it's dumb to even try, politics is dumb, you should be apathetic and don't care about politics and everything is stupid kind of thing. That's the stuff that kind of ruins a lot of people. It kind of makes people sad and not want to engage in politics because they feel like everything is just dumb and bullshit anyway. So why even care? So that I find that stuff very dangerous and not good for the political landscape. I think Matt and Trey Parker has created a lot of really bad political dissonance in the population. Probably unintentionally so, because they themselves are kind of edgy libertarians who don't care about anything and thinks everyone are stupid. They're kind of like immature in a way. They never grew up to take responsibility or care about stuff, so they just make fun of everyone else who does, which tells me that they are just kind of immature and they never grew as people or really settle in to anything outside of their like edgy teenage politics, which is everyone is lame. Which is sad. I wish it wasn't that. I wish it wasn't like that. But given how much damage I believe South Park has done, I believe then that progressive TV shows and progressive media can do the opposite. It can undo the damage and inspire people to be engaged and be more into progressive stuff and politics and be super like hopeful again. And I feel like superhero stuff does not do that well. Superheroes always, like superhero stories never rely on the concept of actually solving issues in a way that is realistic or makes sense. It's always just like always relies on Deus Ex Machina kind of story device, where it's just like the strong man comes in and save the day kind of thing. And I think moving away from superhero stuff long term is probably gonna shape our culture, and it's probably gonna do a lot to maybe salvage some of the damage that has been done by a lot of the less optimistic framing and media and messaging. A lot of superhero stories are always kind of like liberal too. It's always just about preserving the status quo. It's never about doing anything positive or new or that sort of stuff. It's always just about, oh, there's an evil bad guy and we have to take him out, and then they take him out and then everything is good again. There's no real stakes. There's just like, oh, well, the system is perfect. Everything is perfect. The only problem is that there's a bad guy. There's a bad evil man. And if we remove the one bad evil man, then everything is good. And superhero stories are never reformist in their messaging either, because they're never like, yeah, no, villains are people too. They can be redeemed. Like a bad person doesn't mean that they're bad for life and they're irredeemable or anything like that. But in superhero movies, it's always like, no, they're bad and we have to kill them to get them away. And they're bad for life. There's nothing you can do about them. Which is a very reductive and very, very bad way of framing. Very bad way of framing your story, because you're kind of just saying that people are irredeemable and bad and should be put away for life if they're not inherently good, like superheroes. It's like a very black and white view on the world. on the world that I dislike it. My throat is killing me. I don't know why my throat is so bad. Stinky throat. Superhero stuff doesn't really... It's not that hopeful though, in my opinion. It's almost pessimistic in my eyes, because it's like... I mean, think about Batman. It's like, yeah, you can put the bad people away, but they're always gonna come back, or there's always gonna be a next evil guy. And Batman can never solve those issues. And the reason why Batman can never solve those issues is because it's systemic. It's not because of Batman. It's not because Batman isn't doing what he can. It's like the police sucks, the government suck, the infrastructure and the social framework for Gotham and everything sucks. So it's not like the flaw, it's not like Batman is to blame, or he's not like, he isn't doing what he could within his own framework. It's just, I don't know. It's like pessimistic and like, oh well, nothing is gonna change. We're just gonna have to rely on this guy in a superhero costume to put people away, and they're just gonna break out and kill more people, and it's never gonna end.
Welcome to the...
No one is saying that you have to do a thing though. Having to do something isn't the same as doing something being good. Like, you can make media and stories that revolve around positive outcomes of small effort things. Just more hopeful media in general. I don't think you need to have like a story or a framing device where you have to rely on this impossible, because no one can be a superhero. That's impossible. You're asking people to believe in, put their faith in like a strong man, in like a one strong person with special abilities to come in and save and do everything. And that's just never gonna happen. No one is going to do that. It doesn't exist that way. It doesn't exist. It doesn't work. It doesn't. If you want to talk about stuff being realistic or feeling unrealistic, superhero movies, it's like it's fantasy, and it's just, I don't know. I don't like engaging in media that makes politics come off as
Tonight on Vox.
I don't know, something that cannot be influenced without having some superhero explode everything. I don't know. Then you're not an anti-doomer. If you're a doomer, being a doomer is depressing, but the opposite is not depressing. I can tell you from experience, I'm not a doomer, and I'm not depressed. Being a doomer made me depressed, but learning to understand the system and engaging with political beliefs and with theory and broadening my horizon was important for me to get a new, more positive outlook on how things bent towards progressive stuff in history. I'm far more optimistic and mentally well now than I was in like 2016. No, I believe they did studies on this. People always say that, oh, I want to go back to not knowing stuff because I was so much happier back then. It turns out that's not true. People who know less are usually very scared and confused, and also not necessarily that happy, and often have a lower economic status and worse opportunities and far more difficulty understanding and engaging with and in society in general. So being perceptive, being smart, being capable is something that's not a curse, it's a blessing. It's actually a very positive thing. We like to imagine that, oh, I'm sad because I'm so smart, and it's like, oh, haha, I'm just so smart. I'm cursed with this with these good things that make me uniquely depressed because I know so much. But it turns out that stuff isn't true. It's just kind of like an excuse we make for ourselves because I guess we know what to be sad about, but people in lower economic class has more to say about depressive stuff than your ideology or your the intellect. What do you mean see? See what? Well, if you don't know what to feel sad about, what happens is you let conservatives tell you what is making you feel bad, which is, oh, it's immigrants, oh, it's brown people, it's oh, blah blah blah. And you become a racist piece of shit that's terrified of immigrants, and you become uninformed, you become a conspiracy theorist, you become a freaking nut job that is hated by family and loved ones, and you get pushed out of your you become mentally ill, and you get pushed out of your own family for being mentally ill and being crazy, and you end up a lot more depressed, a lot more stigmatized, a lot more alone, and way worse off than if you were, say, an educated leftist. A lot of academics are left-leaning. People who have a higher IQ tend to be left-leaning people. See, if you don't know what the systemic issues are, then you're very likely to be misled on what those issues actually is. If you're smart enough to understand what's happening around you, if you actually know what the problem is, then you can at least vote for something and push for something that you know could change and could help those changes. And you can also look at Biden and you can be like, well, he's not what I wanted, he's not what I was hoping for, but he has done a lot more than I ever expected. He's being extremely progressive on a lot of issues, and he's done a lot of really good choices in terms of his policy. And that's stuff that we just never expected from him to even do. And you can feel good about that. It's okay. It's okay to feel good about the good things that Biden does. And that's gonna make you a lot more happy than all those crazy people that believe that Trump is chosen by God. And if only Trump gets reelected, if only he's reelected, all of our problems are going to be gone. And imagine how many people are going to, even if Trump goes to jail and Biden wins the second term and Trump never becomes president for a second term, just imagine all the people that are gonna still believe that, oh, if only Trump was elected, we could have had perfect utopia, and there would be no brown people, and blah 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 blah, and they were super racist and doing all that stuff. Just imagine how many of those are gonna be around, because if you thought the Bernie or Gus people were bad, and they were harmful to the left in terms of political movement, I mean, all the Trump fanatics, they're gonna they're gonna make Republicans unelectable for years to come, because they're gonna be obsessed with Trump. They're gonna be obsessed with the defeat of Trump. And unlike the left, who has been able to move past Bernie, a lot of these Trump fanatics, they're not gonna be able to do that. They're gonna be stuck on that. Their brain is broken. They're fundamentally broken. Okay, what's your hot take? What is the hot take? I think Burn Your Bus felt good too, because you felt like you had your own identity and power. Well, that's what the Trump people feel as well. They feel like they're fighting the establishment, but we know that they're not. We know that Trump is part of the establishment, and we know all these things, but we know you have to separate outcome, and you have to separate between a lot of stuff. But I'm saying this because I'm optimistic. I believe that Trump is has been both extremely harmful and dangerous, but I think his legacy is gonna be everyone in the Republican Party is their brain is non-functioning, and it's gonna be very difficult for them to elect or do anything. And it like if they don't get to re-elect Trump, then they're always going to be like brain broken about like, oh, if only we had Trump, we could have done all of these things. If only we managed to get Trump. If only. And they're gonna have so many issues with just conspiracy theorists, and it's gonna take years for them to be able to pull back and be able to compete with Democrats, because they moved so far right that they made themselves unelectable for many years. And in that time, in the time that the Republicans need to reform themselves and bring it back to being electable for your average person, because it's just filled with fanatics, Trump fanatics, that just will never give it a rest, will never give up the Trump stuff. In that time, you can have a lot of progressive candidates that could climb the ladder in the Democratic Party. And I've heard that they've done a lot of changes within the nomination process of the Democratic Party, and they say there's several people like Ron Conda, whatever his name is, the progressive Democrat congressman. He said that if a progressive ran today, the way the Democratic Party was rigged against Bernie and in 2016 and 2020, that would probably not happen today. He's pretty sure that with the current state of things, any progressive candidate who is a chance of winning is probably gonna win in 2028 or beyond. He was very optimistic, and he was saying that he totally understands that how bad it felt in 2016 and 2020 with Biden and with Hillary, but that he is very sure that the next progressive candidate, is not gonna get shut out of the process anymore. And I don't think he would say that unless he was had some sort of information or some sort of insight on the process and how it's done. Yeah, but I'm very optimistic, because I believe this is true. I believe that the Democrats have less to lose when the Democratic Party is this divided. Because the whole thing was, we have to find someone that can beat Trump, because Trump is dangerous, Trump is scary. But with Trump losing this time and potentially not running again, then the external threat and the optics and everything on the Republican side is gonna be so broken. It's gonna be so what's the word for it? Divided. that they're gonna have a hard time getting the party to even agree on anything and actually make anything work for them. I have an outside perspective for sure, but I do think you need to talk to people. I think you should listen to the. Did you watch the video where Vosh, Destiny, and Emma Vigeland talked to Rokana? I think I'm saying the name right. Yeah. So he did mention that in that interview. So it's not just me saying it. This is like Rokana, like a congressman, someone who actually understands or knows the system and knows the Democratic Party. He knows the processes, and he understands what was happening behind the scenes when Bernie lost, and knows he rooted for Bernie. He wanted Bernie to win. He was very sympathetic to how people felt when he lost, and if he is optimistic and he says that next time there's not gonna be something like that, they're not gonna be able to. The next time a progressive runs, they're not gonna be able to do that stuff again. I believe him. I do believe that it's gonna be too difficult. It's Democratic Party is more at ease with Trump being not elected, and more willing to listen to the progressive forces that is within the party. I mean, they lost in 2016 because they chose the worst candidate out of the two options they had, and they barely won in 2020. So I feel like they understand. They've gotten the message. They know what the left is trying to tell them, and they know that most people don't really accept the status quo liberals anymore. So I think it's gonna change. I think well, believe it when you see it. I think you're just addicted to feeling bad, Jan. I think you have to do something about your mindset, and maybe it's not even related to politics then, because if you're just deciding you've decided to be a pessimist and be always sad and always just non-hopeful, then no one can really help you and no one can really convince you then, because you've already kind of decided that no matter what, you don't think it's gonna be good unless it happens. Like I can't convince you then. If only reality can convince you, if you will not have hope, hope beyond what actually happens, then you can never hope for anything better either. Then why hope for socialism? Why hope for communism? Why hope for anything if you're not willing to hope for something to get better? I mean, being a socialist, being a Marxist means that you are imagining and hoping for a better society, a better system, something that works for everyone. It's predicated on hope. Hope is the foundation of improving the economic structures and systems and things we live with day to day. So I think you have to allow yourself to be more hopeful again. I think you would have a better life if you were willing to hope more and believe that things can get better. It doesn't need to be of a religious nature. Some people do like believe in God and believe like, oh, things will be better because God listens to my prayer. And some people are like, oh, I think things are gonna be better because this strong political leader that I like is gonna come into power soon. I think in a way Marxism is almost like a religious doctrine in some regards, because you are putting hope in a non-existing system, but contra to like comparatively compared to religion, it is achievable. It's something that actually could exist as a system. But you do have to hope. You do have to actually want to manifest the system, because if you don't, then it's never gonna exist. If you're just gonna say, well, I'm not hoping for anything to change. Okay, well, if you don't hope for anything to change and you don't think anything is gonna change, then nothing will change, because maybe you were that one person that would have changed things if you had some hope. I used to say that, or I used to believe that as well, like, oh, well, if I hold my expectations low, I won't be disappointed, or I won't be as sad or upset when things don't go my way. But I found that that's a terrible way to live, because you cannot be happy if you cannot be sad, and you cannot be sad if you can't be happy. You have to believe in something. You have to have something to fight for. If you don't have a burning passion for your side to win, if I didn't have a burning passion for it to do well, I wouldn't be interested in them. I wouldn't care about their policies. I wouldn't care about their politics. I wouldn't care about how things would grow with them. So being disappointed in a bad result is something that's positive. It means that I want them to do better. It means I want to push them as a party and their ideas, and I want things to get better. I want things to improve. I want to make a positive change. And I think it's important to allow yourself to be disappointed when things aren't good, because that's normal. That's very healthy, and it's very normal to be sad or be upset when stuff is bad, because if things are bad, it's okay to feel sad or upset about that, because when things are good, like when Biden does do positive things, instead of keeping your expectations at nothing, you at least feel like, oh, well, he's doing something. I expected him to be a neocon. I expected him to be pretty status quo, and expected bad things, but turns out he could do some good things, and he did some good things. And if I just kind of gave up, then I wouldn't be invested in any positive or any negative outcomes either. And then that would make me a worse advocate for my political beliefs, because how can you be a good advocate for something you believe if you're not even engaged enough to care about what's happening? You're not gonna be destroyed. Listen, it's okay to be sad. It's okay to be upset. You wanna have hope in your life, because without hope, you don't have any like. How are you supposed to live without hope? I'm actually asking you, like, how is living a day feeling hopeless actually help you? Does it actually help you? Feeling bad once in a while about a negative outcome is like something I can take over not having hope at all. Because at least having some hope for the future, having some, like, well, I believe that these things can improve, or I can see like a effect eventually. That drives me more than just being like, well, nothing's gonna change, everything is bad, blah blah blah. Like, that's just gonna make me sad long term. I'd rather be hopeful and believe that things can change and can get better than be like, no, everything is bad, I hate life, nothing is ever gonna be good. Yes, it's good. You should be more hopeful. It's healthy for you. And even if you're disappointed, people can help you through that. You can talk to people. You can have healthy discussions and productive conversations to get you to a better place after a defeat. The results for the Communist Party in the local election, it wasn't higher than previous elections by a lot. It was like a few percent points in most places. So even though the Conservative Party, Høyre, won a lot of the won in most of the local elections, there was a growing a large part of people are voting for SV and Rødt. I'm mixing English and Norwegian now. So the Socialist Party and the Communist Party has more votes this time around than previous elections, even though the Conservatives have more votes in total. But that's because a lot of people are walking away from Labour, the Labour Party, because they aren't doing a good enough job. And now that the previous Prime Minister Erna is caught in this big scandal, now that she is like tied into this big scandal, and she has apparently been partisan in a lot of her decisions, it might break her career. She might actually not be able to run as prime minister the next election. And without her, I think, and even with her at this point, she has kind of destroyed her chances for winning in 2025, in my opinion, because she's made herself unelectable by being partisan on so many issues that are quite serious. There's like some very serious allegations against her now because of the stock trading scandal. So I'm optimistic. I believe that next election we could still keep the left in power compared to the right, just because they messed up so bad on the right that I think they kind of played out themselves. Because either way, they're either gonna have a severely weakened, they're gonna have like a party leader that is caught up in a very bad scandal, or they're gonna have a new party leader that is unproven and completely new, that might not be as good as their previous political leader, which will greatly harm their performance in the election. So even I'm able to stay optimistic, and I can see the opportunities and the positives in all of these events. And even though Moxnes, even if he isn't the party leader anymore, I can see that Rødt has a very good. There's very competent people running the party. It's not just him. There's more people running it, and more people that has built it, and people that know what they're doing and are able to lift the party further and keep it going. So I'm positive, and I think that with enough time, she's gonna become as popular as Moxnes, because she's able to, given the fact that he stepped down very early, he is able to give her the time, since he's given up his position. She's given the time to make a name for herself and make her career in the time that the upcoming election is happening. So by the time there's the election in 2025, she'll already be known. Most people will know who she is. She's gonna be able to be recognized, and she's established, and she's able to participate in the election as Moxnes would. So you have to look at the positives. You have to always. It's not that I just look at the. It's not like I only do this for the US. It's not like I look at the US and I think of all these things and I just think, oh, this is only positive in the US. No, I see the positive opportunities in Norway as well. I see it wherever it's possible. I know you're more hopeful for Norway, but I'm trying to make you more hopeful for the US though. And I'm just using the Norwegian example as like even when even when parties that I like don't do great in elections, I still think there's a lot of opportunities. And it's based on I'm not making fake arguments. All my arguments are very real and based on empirical facts and data. So I feel like, if anything, I support my arguments quite well, and there isn't many ways you can argue against me in terms of actual, like, it's funny because I'm offering so much hope. I'm offering so many actual, like, this is quite possible. This is a very big opportunity for open and a venue and place for a change to happen. So I don't understand why be so sad about that. Like, it's actually, you're in a very good place now because the Republicans have proven themselves to be so bad that people don't want to vote for them. Like, that's a win-win. Nobody wants to vote for them, then, well, great. It means they won't be elected, they won't put up a fight. It means more time to find more progressive candidates on the Democratic side. Less distractions. Norway could be a lot better. Like, I'm gonna have a hard time with my economy going forward because I'm gonna be paying a lot of rent and the interest rate on not rent, paying a lot of interest rate on my loan. It's gonna be very high because of inflation. Right now, inflation is extremely high in Norway, and the central bank is trying to correct the inflation rate by raising the interest rate quite high, quite a lot. And that only makes people like me with a low income have less money. It doesn't harm or hurt anyone who's actually causing the inflation, because inflation is caused by by the rich who are making things more expensive. They're increasing the prices on goods, and they are milking the system, and that hurts me. That makes my living conditions and my situation a lot worse, by dramatically so. And by having a conservative government for the next, like, if we're gonna have another conservative government again, it's going to severely impact my life and my life quality and my economic opportunities for many years to come. So for me, there's a lot of stuff at stake. I mean, maybe it's difficult for someone with an able body to relate to, maybe, but I'm completely dependent on support from the government and being supported for, because I have my medical issues. So having a conservative government is like killer for me. It's like it's the difference between having money for being able to go see a movie, for having a social life, for having any sort of opportunities outside of just paying rent, or on my loan, and between that and actually being able to go out and enjoy myself and have a social life, pay for my medication, pay for all these things. It's like it's politically motivated how much you get, and it's completely arbitrary. There is anti-trans sentiments here, sadly. It's not as bad as in the UK or other places, but there is anti-trans people here quite a lot. Racism, not as much, but there is like a lot of like hysterical moms who all like act as if trans people are confused and dangerous and ruining society. That is a thing here, sadly. Passing policies. I mean, they are in government, so technically they are. And there was a gender clinic that got closed down because of it. Centerpartiet, gotta love them. The Center Party, the reactionary Center Party, they just love killing drug abusers and trans people. Imagine being a centrist and not seething over trans people or something else. It's your whole personality to be reactionary and bad. It's funny because a few years ago, in like 2015 to 2017, Labor actually wanted to pass like a law to allow for a third gender, like a gender-neutral passport. But ever since they went into a coalition with the Center Party, that part of the program just disappeared. Mysteriously disappeared and I was never heard of again. I wonder why. Wonder why. There are reactionary forces everywhere in the world. It's not just... I hate that my throat is so bad today. There's reactionary forces everywhere in the world. Doesn't matter where it is. You're gonna have reactionaries and problem with that stuff anywhere. No place is immune to that. We are better as far in as we have some stuff already fixed, like or figured out, like some labor laws and unions, and like some of the foundation is there already, so we don't have to work to get the foundation in place. Said horses reacts no forces. Maybe my mic and my sore throat is making it sound like horses instead of forces. Yeah, them reactionary horses. Stinky horsies. Our foundation is stronger, as in we have a lot of the basic rights in place, but they're always at risk at like being repealed. There's no we can end up taking them for granted and end up losing them. There's no inherent, like, it's not in a constitution or anything else that it's not allowed to repeal those things. So it's not like we're not at risk of maybe losing out or having a reactionary takeover or anything like that happening in the future. Social democracies are not immune to nationalists, especially because a lot of social democratic stuff is inherently kind of nationalistic, because there's a lot of like protectionism and a lot of focus on bettering the conditions of the country and focusing on internal improvement above spending all the money on other countries and that type of stuff. So it's very easy for like nationalistic tendencies to kind of rear its head within the system. Because a lot of people already agree that we should be better and we should do better and all this stuff, and reactionaries are very good at complaining. It's kind of like how Trump was very good at saying that, oh, America is so bad, we're falling behind China. China is catching up with us. We used to be the best country in the world. We were so good, and now China has taken over. They've taken the lead. He's very good at complaining and talking about that stuff. But when it comes down to actual policy or doing something that improves people's lives, they never do anything. They can't do anything, because any policy they want to do is like, their policy proposals are usually, let's kill babies or something like that. Let's just the most morally incorrect thing you could choose. Like, let's let's round up all the babies that we think are born in the wrong way and have them ground up to like a paste, and then we'll make cosmetics out of them or something. It's like all the worst policies that you can imagine. That's always what they have in mind for what they want to fix. Obviously, they never say their policies because they know that their policies are bad. So instead of actually saying like, yeah, we're gonna fix the economy by banning all immigrants, they don't really say that. They're like, oh, this immigration, we have to get control of it and blah blah blah, and they're using a lot of soft language. A lot of like really soft language to kind of trick you into feeling like they have more planned, or they have a more complex plan or policy plan for what they're actually gonna do. But in every scenario, they don't have a plan. They have no way of actually improving things or doing anything to improve people's lives. It's all just bullshit. They're scapegoating. They're always scapegoating. He's right about the criticisms of things not being great, but he's always wrong on policy or how to solve it. It's like you can agree on the things that are currently bad. Like a lot of working class people gravitate towards the rhetoric of Donald Trump because he's pointing out that things aren't that great and America isn't doing that great right now, which is true. And the liberal response is not to be like, yeah, that's true, America isn't doing too great and we have a lot of issues. The liberal response is to protect the status quo and go, actually Trump is bad and America is actually really good. And people don't agree with that. People don't feel like America is doing that great. So this kind of fake liberal nationalist, like, oh, we're so patriotic and America is great and stuff, people don't like that because people don't feel like America is doing great. So when you're trying to like fight the criticism that Trump is making by pretending that there isn't an issue, that makes him more popular because there is a lot of problems, and he is right in pointing out that a lot of people are having these problems, but we can agree that his solutions for solving the problems are all wrong. It might be wrong, it might be right on the criticism, but he's always wrong on the solutions. Which is a very typical fascist kind of thing, where the far right is great at posturing as a working class and as someone that understands the disparity and problems, but they are terrible and they will never be able to actually solve the issues because their only strategy is to say that, oh, it's brown people, oh, it's immigrants, oh, it's this whatever racial group they dislike is the problem, and then they, I don't know, genocide them, do really bad stuff, and once they're gone, they have to move on to the next one because they don't have any policy proposals. They don't know how to solve any of the issues. They just move on to the next target. They just go, well, we've killed all of them, and turns out it's actually these people that are the problem. They move on to the next group and the next group and the next group. It's the quote, like, first they came for the what is it again? First they came for the socialists or something. First they came for a communist, yeah. They basically just call everyone, everyone who is of the wrong race, all the wrong political opinions, anyone who has, per their description, degenerate beliefs, anything like that. They just, anyone that they believe can be the scapegoat, anyone that could be their devil, is gonna be turned into that, and they're just gonna use that for all it's worth. And eventually the system will collapse, because you can't run a country on hate. You can't run a country on believing that all the problems can be solved by just killing people and putting people in jail. It's not sustainable, it's never gonna work. Fascism and Nazis are self-defeating. They are actually brain dead, they're stupid, they cannot run a country, and they will fail, and it will eventually go back to just a liberal democracy usually, but a lot of damage can happen in that time. So you don't want that. You obviously want to avoid like a fascist or Nazi takeover, because it can really it destroys a lot of lives, a lot of people. So if we're able to avoid it, then obviously yes, we should do that, because it's just a very painful and unnecessary step in the process of trying to reach a different system, a more progressive and more socially just system, away from all the racist and bad stuff, all of the dumb, really bad, terrible ideas. The US government didn't like how radical it was, as they made socialist radical. What are you talking about specifically? Hold on, am I reading it right? The US government didn't like how radical it was, so they made it socialist instead. Oh, instead of first they came for the communist, they made the quote communist. Okay, yeah. I understand now. I was a little confused at first. I wasn't sure if that was related to something I had said or something, or the first part. Okay, I really gotta use the bathroom real quick. I won't be long. It'll only take a second. Just give me 1 second. ASMR now with a little snack. Yum 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 yum. I think with the LGBT community, there is like the solidarity worldwide. There isn't a, well, it's up to queer people in the US, Canada to get where we're at in a certain nation. I don't know how to explain it, but you feel like you have world behind you fighting for queer rights. I mean, that's because the larger part of the world agrees on it, right? You have to agree on it first. I feel like I'd still feel pretty alone if I lived in Saudi Arabia or something like that, because you're still I don't know if I'd be hopeful for Saudi Arabia changing their laws to be pro-queer anytime soon. I wouldn't be telling a queer person from Saudi Arabia that, oh, you should just be hopeful. You should just hope for the prince to suddenly decide to be pro queer rights and all of the historic stuff to just go your way all of a sudden. Applying for asylum isn't without risk though, because if you do that and they catch you, they're gonna be like, well, there has to be something that they're gonna they might figure it out, and then you're like done for. There's no like non-risk situation there. You need the money, and there is a certain risk involved. If you're a woman, you don't even get a passport without a warden. If you're a queer woman, you have to have a male guardian sign off on being able to travel and do anything. Now I'm describing the reality of the situation. It will be very risky. You can do those things, but you have to understand that your position to do something about your life is far greater in the US than it is in Saudi Arabia. The risk to your life, the risk to your being and your personhood and your ability to freely move around in the world and a lot of these things, comparatively to the US, it's like, be very happy you don't live in Saudi Arabia. Well, the US has a lot of individual freedom. The only problem with the type of individual freedom the US has is that a lot of stronger, like wealthier individual on top can kind of take away your right to that freedom. But in terms of being able to move around, move to different countries, use the opportunities that you're able to take, you have a far larger opportunity than most other nations. If I was talking about, if I was talking to a queer person that lived in Saudi Arabia, I guess I would ask how you could bring about change. Like, what can you do politically that won't get you killed? How can you organize? Can you talk to international groups? Can you do stuff that isn't too risky, or can you do something that will further your your right to existence. And I would also ask, like, what is acceptable risk to you? Are you willing to die for this cause? Are you willing to fight for it? Are you willing to, like, to what degree are you willing to, how far are you willing to go? Because there is people out there who are willing to die for the cause, who are willing to bring this to light, to make themselves a martyr or sympathetic in a way where the state of Saudi Arabia becomes very unlikable over time because of their atrocious treatment. It's kind of like the MLK strategy. So it has to, a lot of the rights that we have today, Jam, they didn't come for free. There's a lot of sacrifices that have been made throughout history. A lot of people who have died, a lot of people who have sacrificed their personhood, their lives, their everything, their being, their very lives. And that's something that's necessary in some places and situations. And I know that's not sexy, that's not what people want to hear because it's depressing. But nobody wants to die just for the right of being gay or being this and that. But in countries that are so regressive and so hateful and so harmful as Saudi Arabia and other nations that have like the death penalty and whatnot for being gay, you kind of have to work from scratch. You have to start at the very beginning, and you have to look at history, at how we have historically won in other places, and you have to learn from that, and you have to kind of not maybe repeat it the same way, but you have to emulate that fight and that struggle to achieve a similar goal. And you can't just jumpstart yourself and go there straight away. Like we can do a better job internationally by freezing out Saudi Arabia and being like, well, you know, until we give gay people human rights, we're not gonna buy oil from you anymore. But there's a lot of other countries like Russia and China and these kind of places that will buy oil from them, and they'll just go, okay, fine, we'll just sell to them instead. And therefore us freezing them out would not necessarily make things better. It might even make things worse, because then they're all together as like they just unite in a way against the US and Europe. So I don't know, it's complicated. You don't want to. It's tough. It's complicated. It's not an easy answer. A lot of people have to give up a lot of comfort and a lot of their lives in fighting for this stuff. And the reward for doing that is that any future generations of queer people are gonna be able to have the freedom to express themselves like we do. So the end result of people fighting today for the rights of queer people tomorrow in Saudi Arabia is that in 50 years maybe, you'll have a government that allows for gay marriage, or at least doesn't put people in jail or try to kill them. That is the hope, at least. As long as the monarchy exists, there's no freedom. I mean, yeah, as a leftist, I agree. I do think that eventually there might be like, if we're lucky, we might see like like for Norway, where it transitioned from being a monarchy to being a democratic democracy, democratic monarchy. So you can hope that over time that all you need is like one of the princes in the future to be like fed up and be like, I don't want to be a prince. I think the people should just do the shit themselves, and then I'll just sit in my corner with all my money. You just need one of those. One guy, only one guy in succession of the monarchy to say that no, not gonna do it anymore. I mean, a lot of times it doesn't happen that way. It's usually through revolution. It's usually like a revolution, like Stalin. No, Stalin, but Lenin. Lenin's revolution against the monarchy in Russia. That sort of stuff. It usually happens that way, where it's like either your average revolution or leftist revolution or something else. Yeah, you see, Stalin and Lenin just lives very closely in my mind, so. Not a big fan of either one of them, gotta say. Do I have to do all these? What do you mean with neutralize disagreements? Are you gonna disagree with me not liking Stalin and Lenin? How can I disagree with with my opinion? It's just an opinion, dude. Don't make me revoke your admin privileges. This is my chat after all. I have all the power here. You are now in my domain. This is what we call an unhealthy power dynamic. I hope you do, Cam. I think it would be good for you to canvas and do political work. I think that would make you feel a lot more hopeful and like you're able to make a difference. think that stuff can really make you feel better about the situation, because you are technically taking control of your political and yeah, your political life and political system, and yeah. Wah. Oh, you're gonna feel like you're doing something for sure, because you are actually gonna be able to affect people and do something, because you've been talking to me a lot about how you're like you seem kind of proud that you're able to convince people. I wanted to use that skill then to convince more than just one person at a time at a store. I want you to really expand and really dive into being able to convince more than just your average old person, old liberal at the store. If you do a successful canvassing, that can actually turn elections, you know. Positive political engagement. Every vote counts. Every like person you can sway, everything that goes in your favor is going to be positive for the country. Remember, you're not just helping yourself, you're helping everyone else in the US also understand the importance of their political engagement and what it does to help and further their political interests. You are helping yourself by helping others better understand what the party can do for them, or what the politicians can do for them if they vote for the right people. People online are harder to convince, because they're online because they're like you. They have a very strong political conviction and they want to convince others that they're right, and they have a big ego and are very confident in all of their talking points and think they're debate lords and whatnot. Your objective is to go out and make sure that the people that don't talk to them, that aren't online, that otherwise are politically unengaged and don't necessarily engage online and know that much about stuff. You want those people on your side. You want to talk to them because they are more likely to listen to you and understand your perspective, because they don't have the online view thing. you want to try to tie it into politics though when you talk to people and you're trying to convince them. Like you should ask them like what are you actually struggling with? What is your problem in day-to-day life? Is it money? Is it like what is it? What is your biggest concern? And you make the political argument for how you can vote to make that better. Oh, you're saying you don't have enough money for food, or you don't have enough money for medical treatment, and you're not getting enough coverage. Well, you should vote for a Democrat, because we have a candidate who is very very willing to expand on the already established Medicare programs, and we're looking to strengthen them and blah blah blah. You're just gonna find out what they're concerned about and what they're struggling with, and you try to make sure that even people who are like, oh, I'm worried about those immigrants coming and taking my jobs and blah blah blah. You should just treat them with respect and be like, oh, I agree that maybe there's too many maybe not go that far, but I agree that maybe it's unfair that so many immigrants are taking low-wage jobs and there isn't any jobs for regular Americans, or I don't know. Just make some sort of populist argument, and then be like, tie that into some sort of narrative that will at least further the democratic or leftist narrative. Like, you don't have to go full on. You just have to use radical empathy. Just agree with people. Try your best to just not dismiss, and kind of just play off of what they kind of see as a problem. Because you don't even have to say necessarily anything bad about immigration. You could just be like, oh yeah, it's really bad that Americans aren't getting jobs and the wages are so low. We should absolutely look into ways of increasing the living standards for all Americans and make sure that things are better and blah blah blah. And you can navigate that stuff without even having to do anything that makes you uncomfortable. As long as you know what to say and how to deal with it, you can get people to agree with you on a lot of stuff. And I know you already are good at that, so I feel like you would do a better job than me. So canvassing is probably something that's up your alley. Yeah, if you're gonna represent the Democrats, a lot of people might be like, well, I don't believe you because the Democrats said they were gonna do this and that and they didn't, so I don't believe what you're saying, and blah blah blah. And maybe they're gonna be like you too, and they're gonna be like, well, I don't believe it until I see it, that kind of stuff. And they can come off as dismissive and difficult to argue with, because they feel like you're misrepresenting the politics. So you wanna be very sure that you have a good grasp on the policies and the people and what you're representing, so that if they say I don't believe in that stuff, I don't think that's gonna happen, you can at least be like, well, actually, if you read the program, there's a very detailed plan in section blah 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 about exactly how we're gonna do this, and I fully believe that if you vote for candidate blah 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 blah, we could actually see a substantial change in our economic and tax use. We could see your tax money go to making better roads and keeping gasoline way cheaper than it currently is, and blah 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 blah. And you cannot make the argument for any candidate as long as you have read the details. As long as you can make the argument that there is a plan, and you know what the plan is, then you know more than most people, and it's gonna be hard for them to argue against that, because, I mean, what are they gonna do? They're just gonna have to say, well, I don't believe in that stuff, I don't believe it until I see it. And at that point, well, you're probably just never gonna convince them. If they're not willing to believe you, or willing to even concede to there being a plan, then I guess you just move on to the next door. Yeah, you want to keep it short and simple, for sure. The point is just getting votes and getting people to read and be engaged. You don't want to turn it into a debate or anything. You just want to be like, if people have questions, if people seem interested, that's when you want to really be like, oh yeah, no, we have a really great plan, and the plan is this and that. And if you look at section 8 in this pamphlet, you can see that we have a really good plan for how we're gonna finance this new road and stuff that's coming up, and you want to play off of their interests and not their dismissal, I think. Which is why I said that you should probably look into what is interesting to them. You want to make sure that, like, okay, is it their personal economy that's very important to them? And if so, then you should probably ask, like, oh, well, do you think there's anything the politicians could do to better that? And blah, 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 and then kind of like dig for something. I think you need people to convince themselves. Most people aren't convinced by others, they're convinced by their own internal value and mindset. So I think in most cases, you don't need to necessarily convince them, you just have to make them feel like they are making the convincing argument to themselves. They're bringing themselves over. Because I don't know if I've been outright convinced by a single person on a thing. I've been pulled over by good arguments, but I've always had to think them over. I've always had to be like, do I really agree with this? And I had to like think about it and consider it before I could like totally agree on it. It's not like every time I've heard a great argument, I've been like instantly like, yep, that's what I believe. That's what I believe now. You kind of have to make people be willing to think about it and sort of consider it and be like, I guess that's a good point, and kind of like think about it in private and be willing to keep that door open. Which is difficult because you don't always know how people think. You have to be convincing in a way where it feels like they still have the agency. Their agency is still intact. Their willingness to change is their own. Their will is their own, and you're just nudging them a little bit. You're just giving them very cool things to think about, stuff to consider, stuff that they haven't really thought about before. Well, I make airtight arguments. I make arguments that cannot be misconstrued. I don't like people misunderstanding or misconstruing my words or arguments. So I make it very airtight. And if you read what I say, the only way you can actually misinterpret me is by doing it willingly and maliciously. So you either have to either concede to something because it's a very well thought out argument that I'm making, or you have to misconstrue me to try to win the argument. And if you try to misconstrue me, you're just gonna lose. And that might push you to be more reactionary if you don't know me personally and you just have no stake in anything, and you're just moving to being more reactionary out of spite. I mean, that's possible. I mean, I don't know what people do on their own time, but I try to give honest people who are willing to actually talk to me, the benefit out of the doubt, and I make good arguments, and I try to, as long as I feel like the person is engaging in good faith, I will continue to make my argument in a non-aggressive manner. And I feel like I've done that a lot with you. I'm not necessarily as aggressive as you say I am, but I think you feel I think you feel like I'm a little rough because I'm so blunt, and when contrasted against your opinion that I'm contrasting against, it can kind of feel like a personal attack in some regards, because I'm dismantling your views, I'm dismantling your opinion. And that can come across as a little like a personal attack, even though I don't think it reflects your personal opinions in a way that, like, I don't think your value or your identity as a person is inherently tied up to every argument you make. So it's not like I personally care if you make a bad argument. Like, I just want to see you grow as a person. I just want to make a good counter argument and give you something else to think about or consider. So I think a lot of the doubt and a lot of the feeling of antagonism comes from almost like a place of your own insecurity about your position, rather than it being like an actual I'm actually attacking you, or I'm doing something wrong necessarily. Because at least for me personally, I saw it as like a personal defeat, like embarrassing. It was embarrassing to lose and be wrong about stuff, and it is painful. It feels bad. It's embarrassing. And you feel humiliated when you're really wrong on something, and you realize that, damn, I got this really wrong and I look bad. But you have to understand that I don't care about that if you're wrong about something. If you change your mind, I'm just happy that you change your mind. I don't care if you have bad opinions. Like, I've talked to people who are extremely far right and bad people, and you're never gonna be that bad. You're never gonna be as bad as like a person on the far right to me. So I'm just happy if you ever. I would be even more happy if you're able to change my mind on something and convince me that I'm actually holding a bad opinion on a thing. But in general, I'm just happy if we can like get to like a common understanding on topics. It's not just about winning the argument for me. It's really not. Though I do like arguing, and I do like being making thoughtful arguments and getting something in return for that. Either that be winning the argument or some new interesting development in my understanding of what we're talking about. Yeah, just keep that in mind, Jam. I think it will help you a lot whenever we talk. That I really don't care if you have an opinion that I don't share, in terms of like, I believe we share a common goal, nevertheless. And if you're wrong on something and you know you're wrong, but you feel like invested in still defending yourself, just remind yourself that I really don't care. The only person that you're hurting by being wrong is yourself. I don't want to keep my views to being wrong just because I feel too embarrassed to change my views because it feels like a defeat. It feels like I'm defeated by changing my views. You understand? No, but seriously, you see what I mean though? Like when you lose a discussion, it feels like a personal defeat. It feels like you got embarrassed, you got humiliated in a way, and I felt that quite a lot, and I do my best to not fall back on that because I know that leaning into that feeling or letting that feeling take over means I'm gonna hold positions and views that are fundamentally opposed to my actual beliefs. And that's because I don't want my pride, my personal pride, and my fear of being wrong or coming off as wrong on a topic or losing a debate. I don't want that to be what defines my policies. I want to be correct. I want to have the best arguments, the best opinions, and I want people to correct me if I'm wrong. And if I'm really wrong, then I want to change my opinion. Even if it hurts, even if it's embarrassing, even if I realize that, oh shit, I was really wrong on this, I was really off on this, and I was fighting so hard, and it turns out I was just dead wrong, I was not correct at all. It feels like a big defeat to be like, damn, okay, well, I fought really hard for this, and now it will look bad if I say, well, actually I was wrong. But that is just in your head, okay? It does not look bad to people around you. People around you will respect you for that, because people will be like, huh, he was so sure of this, but he was able to accept this new information that he got, even though it was tough for him, and that's respectable. That's a positive. It doesn't reflect badly on you. It's only in your head. It's only your own sense of ego. Your ego and your sense of self and pride that keeps you from actually admitting fault. In most cases, if people weren't so afraid of being wrong and being seen as dumb or stupid or holding the wrong opinion or something, I think a lot more people would be more willing to move over on stuff. Opinions are tied to feelings, sure, but political theory and a lot of that stuff isn't always necessarily based on feeling. It can be based on other things. My point is just that you shouldn't let your sense of pride dictate your argumentation to a point where you let yourself be wrong, because you'd rather be wrong and prideful than have a defeat, like you lost the debate, but at least you're correct, or you moved your position over to something that's not as bad, kind of thing. You should share your opinion. Sharing your beliefs and making arguments is the way that you'll develop your political belief. And yeah, depending on what facts you share. I mean, facts can be framed in any way you want, really. So the way you choose which facts you wish to bring up is a narrative. Like you're making a narrative out of the facts as well. And I guess the word, like, what is facts? Like, really? I guess it's just like an agreed upon observation. And those can change over time. Facts can change. Facts today might not be facts in a few years. Just like definitions and a lot of medical and scientific stuff kind of changes. I don't know. We have to make arguments out of moral context and political political beliefs and systems, I guess. Well, definitions in general are every definition of everything is eventually circular when you think about it. Because if you ask enough times, you're gonna end up with using words to describe a different word. And even in doing so, you could be like, well, what does that word mean? And you're just gonna end up circling around and you're just gonna endlessly try to describe words. Because words are just like a understanding of our utilitarian use of the language. Like the utility of the language is just based on how we use it and understand it. So it's kind of like the man and woman definition. Like, what is a woman? It's based on utility. It describes a set of gender expressions that we commonly associate with the word woman. And that's the only way you can describe it currently, because if you start being like, oh, adult human female, okay, well, what is an... when are you adult? Are you an adult when you're 16? Is it when you're 17? What are all women? Can you describe what all women are? And then you have to be like, well, all women have a uterus, and then you'd be like, well, that's not true. Not all women have uteruses. And not just like trans women. There's women who are biologically, chromosomically, who are born without uteruses, so that's already an exception. So the definition can just never, you can never agree upon a singular definition for anything. Nothing can be singularly defined ever. There's never one definition that will withstand all time. Opinions is just like, everyone has one. Everyone has opinions. Everyone has different views. Everyone has like, you just have to make the argument for why your opinion is the better one. That's just how it works. That's just how the world is. That's just how we communicate, baby. Yeah, but you can have wrong opinions and you can have the correct opinion. Well, it is true that opinions don't hold weight in terms of like... An opinion is just an opinion until it's action. Political action is something different. But opinions lead to political action. That's the thing. Having strong opinions and winning those discussions over which opinion is the best one is gonna drive forward better politics and better policy. Will be better arguments. Arguments are still based on opinions. You make arguments based on your opinions. It's your opinions, right? Or someone else's opinions, and you think those opinions are good, and you make an argument out of that. Well, there could be a valid and a not valid reason for why someone likes or dislikes something. I just don't like the whole opinion thing because you can kind of hide behind it, like saying like, "Oh, I hate queer people," and then be like, "But that's just my opinion." So then you can be like, "Okay, well, I can't argue against your opinion." What do you mean? Of course I'm gonna argue against it. Why do you hate queer people? That's not okay. Yeah, but bigotry is just if it's just a person that expresses bigotry, it's an interpersonal opinion. Bigotry is just the opinion-based expression of hate towards a group. It's still an opinion. It's a opinion of hate specifically targeting a group. We just define it in that way. Of course, well, everyone's opinion can have an effect politically. That's why I say that opinions shape arguments and arguments shape politics, because politics is based on opinions. I mean, what is democracy but the opinions of the masses? When you think about it. Opinions can always be wrong, and you can fully dismiss them if you want. There's no reason to treat every opinion as fact or as something to engage with. Power game you're choosing unless you're really quick setting up for this. I mean, I think me and Thalos agree, so I think maybe it's just like semantics, like you said. Unless there's some layer to this that I feel like. Okay, but I'm sorry, I know I'm being semantical with this, but personal opinions are also affect policy. I mean, people act on their personal traumas to shape bigotry and bigoted policies. Racist experiences, like racists forming racist policies are based on racist opinions from experiences that made them racist because they have like a personal bias, that kind of stuff. I get that, like, but okay, maybe this is kind of a dumb discussion, but I mean, even something as dumb as like, oh, I hate peanut butter or something like that, you could make the argument for, well, that could be a political statement. I mean, if you're gonna go as far to be like, well, I hate it so much that I think that no one should ever eat it, and I think it should be banned, well, then you're starting to make the argument for banning something because you don't like it, and you're starting to make it a big political issue, and you're starting to make arguments, and I don't know. I just think everything is technically political, down to everyone's singular opinions. That's what shapes your overall political perspective as well. I think you can't really escape it, even like down to the most silly thing. It's like everything is political, in some sense. It's just semantic jam, it's not that important. It's more like just like a semantical linguistic thing. Yeah, well, that's kinda in the same vein, I suppose. I guess the framing is different, with the political becomes personal. It's like a framing thing, and semantics, and all of that stuff, dialectics. I mean, that's kind of the problem with democracy, right? Current day democracy, it's just like, a lot of it is just opinion based. A lot of politicians don't really base themselves on science. They just kind of go off what their constituency want, which is also a lot of opinion based stuff. It's not necessarily rooted in any sort of actual science or theory. It's often just like, well, we like this, we want to do that. So it's kind of like it's the opinion of the masses, and it doesn't always work that well. Science has flaws too, sure, of course. Science isn't an exact science. Science is just our best ability in reproducing something consistently. It's not a bulletproof thing. Though I have to say I would feel a lot safer in a science-based science-based society over, say, I don't know, any sort of society that's religious or cultist or whatever else. Anything can be a cult, of course. Like, you can have a cult of science. Wow. Interesting. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna be playing for another 2 hours. I think I'm getting pretty close to being done here. I do love and I do enjoy talking to you, Jam, and you, Anthalos. No matter whether we either end up disagreeing or agreeing on stuff, I do feel like my worldview is richer for it. I get the opportunity to expand on and manifest more of my views and feelings on topics than if I didn't have anyone to talk to. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christus. It's funny because some of the best conversations that I've had are usually the ones where I've been in the wrong. I don't always necessarily want to be correct on things. I say things because I want people to maybe prove me wrong at times. Tell me that maybe things aren't that way. Maybe it's this way or it's that way. I am curious about the world and things being different, and I don't know. I just think that there is no point in time where you're ever gonna be 100% correct. Times change, stuff change, opinions change, science change, everything is in constant change. So being constantly intellectually curious and willing to seek out new answers is kind of what keeps you. That's kind of what progressive means. You are progressing with time, with opinions, with people, with the system. Because nothing is nailed down, nothing is absolute. There's no way for you to ever be always correct. There's no like, oh, I have arrived at the mathematical correct answer of all time in existence. That's just not gonna happen. Yes, that's very true. Math is just it's just a language and understanding. It's a made-up unit that we have for understanding the universe. It's no more math is no more a science than language is. It's just a unit we have made to understand each other and the world around us. Science isn't an absolute, but for the time being, it's the best tool we have for measuring empiric stuff and the world around us. And at the grand scale things, we keep having the issue with the math not lining up. Have you noticed that? How what's happening? Oh, there we go. Have you noticed how in science, when you start to do abstract math and stuff starts to get complicated, the math doesn't add up. So our small scale math for measuring or the utility of math on the interpersonal level, on like building stuff and making tools and that sort of stuff, that applies for us and our utility on Earth and our context. But in the grand scale of things, it seems like the math doesn't add up in terms of like the universe, the planets, and a lot of the bigger stuff. It gets more muddy and more complicated. There's probably variables and stuff within the math that are beyond the complexity that our math can make sense of, if that makes sense. Like we're at the level of mathematical precision for understanding the universe that's so complex and so beyond the tools we have for measuring our utility, as in like measuring how long a plank needs to be, that it doesn't translate into understanding a large scale thing, which is why we call it theoretical math, because it's theoretical. It's not really, I mean, how are you supposed to use You have unlocked the Vox Exterminator card for completing every skill. Okay. But how do I get the skill thing for... I did complete the game on the hardest difficulty. So I don't know why I didn't get the card. Does it want me to start a whole new game? Because as you can tell, I have it's on exterminator difficulty, so let me just check. Missed a challenge? What challenge would that be? It just says complete the game on exterminator difficulty and have all skill points, and I have all the skill points. Complete all challenges and the game on exterminator difficulty. But I did all the challenges and I have all the skill points. As a follow-up, each exterminator card either requires you to get it in challenge mode, New Game Plus, or technically possible to get in the first playthrough, but way easier in challenge mode. The Shell Shock, Eviscerator, and Ace ones are potentially doable in the first playthrough, and the ones that require exterminator difficulty can be done on first playthrough if you've previously unlocked it on another file, but getting all the mega weapons does require challenge mode. Then it's like Slugga, complete all challenges and the game on exterminator difficulty, and that's what I did. I do have separate saves here, so let's see. Uh, this one, maybe. I can see where this leads. It is set to Exterminator difficulty. Oh, that's correct. Okay, so this is before I did the ending. I can make sure that I have all the skill points. 15 out of 15. Do I need to do all the dread challenges as well? Is that why I didn't get it? I can try doing all the dread challenges as well. Maybe that's why. Thank God for the fact that I make multiple saves, huh? Imagine if I had to do all this again. Just playing through the entirety of the game over because I didn't double check. That would have been fun. Because I can tell you, I did not have a save state. This is why you never make one save file. Always keep it double or triple or fourth them if possible. Back it up, back it up. Whenever they shoot me, I go off course. He got so angry when I shot him that he lagged out the game. Keeps happening. No, come on, I'm so close. It's just because I keep missing that one ring. I think the time is it's even more difficult on Exterminator difficulty because I don't remember having such a hard time completing this on time on Hero difficulty. Okay, thank you, Gem. I appreciate you joining for stream. I love talking to you and having you here. Okay, I think the reason I didn't get it was probably because I didn't finish all the dread challenges, I assume. If I hadn't saved and I hadn't made sure that I had like an extra little save file, I think I would have just given up, to be honest. I did not want to make an extra stream, like a 5th stream of this, just to get to 100%. That would have been unacceptable. Up. I don't know why, but my throat has been so sore lately, and I've been so dizzy and stuff. And it's awful. I hate it. I wish I just never would ever get sick. I kind of envy people who just rarely ever get sick or have any medical issues. People forget, but that's like a privilege in itself, just being able to be not sick all the time. Well, that's good, Fiona. I hope it continues that way and you don't get sick at all. What? I still don't know if I ever got COVID. I've been so like sick a few times, and it's like always been after COVID, and every time I took a test during COVID, I never got any positives. So I have no idea if I've ever had COVID, or if I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell it from the flu, probably, anyway. No one does testing anymore. No one really tests for COVID. Last time I was sick, I was sick for 5 weeks with a bad cold. Yeah, I had like a really bad flu once, that I felt like it almost destroyed my hearing, because everything sounded wrong, and my hearing didn't get better for many weeks after. So like if you get a really bad flu or a cold or anything like that, it can really mess you up for a while. Depending on how in shape you are as well, because some people don't have great immunity, and some people react very badly to getting cold or flu compared to others. So if you're in the category of like you just get really, when you get sick, you get really sick, I feel bad for you, because I don't even get that sick. Like I can power through most of it. I think my anxiety disorder is just what makes it worse for me, because the anxiety of feeling like really sick is what drives me to feel even more sick and feel worse about it. So it's not like I'm having like a major like really huge problem with it or anything. It's just like I have other health issues that complicate it further. Yeah, I also got a really bad flu right before COVID was a thing, so I don't think it was COVID. Hopefully. The COVID before COVID was even a thing. Maybe I was patient zero. Who knows? I think a lot of people has probably had it by now. I mean, who hasn't? I mean, at the rate of the spread rate of COVID, I think most of the population would have had it by now. Besides, like the most remote places, maybe like super remote little islands or something might not have COVID. But yeah, I think most people has probably had it, but don't know it. And the vaccine obviously makes it so that it doesn't feel like you're suffering through like a really bad illness. The vaccine helps a lot. That's kind of the point. So I have felt after taking the vaccine, I have felt similar symptoms as to how I felt after getting the vaccine, like my arm and my jaw hurt and that sort of stuff. So I had symptoms that felt similar to the ones I had from the vaccine, but I don't know if that could have been COVID or something else. As long as everyone is alive and in pretty good shape, in decent health, I'm usually happy. Like you can't really ask for more than that. That people are just doing well and no one is dead. If I get something that makes me cough really bad, it's usually something, it gets really bad because I have asthma. So the few times I've had like a really bad cough, once during COVID, I took a bunch of COVID tests and none of them were positive. None of them were like, I was just having coughing fits that just wouldn't stop. And I was really bad. I was having like, starting to get muscle cramps in my stomach because it was just so intense. And I was always very scared of catching COVID because I have such bad asthma. Whenever I have like coughs and stuff, it's usually like bronchitis and really like I get really bad complications. So I always imagine that if or whenever I catch COVID, I'm probably gonna really feel it and it's gonna be pretty bad. And so far I haven't really like had anything that's been super bad since then. So I think it was probably just a cold or a flu or something else, which is something I'm not vaccinated for. So I think COVID is probably something that would be more like I wouldn't probably even notice it if I'm lucky. Like, I don't know how effective the RNA vaccine is over time because I haven't taken the vaccine since the third one. And that vaccine is something I took that in like early 2022 or something, or mid 2022. So it's starting to be a while since I actually took like a vaccine. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, COVID is just like any other flu and cold now. It's just not going away. There's a very funny Futurama joke about about COVID. And like, oh yeah, it's finally cured, it's finally gone now. And then it's like they made a whole episode about a new virus called Explosive or something. explosive 19. I forget. It was basically like a parody on anti-vax people and all that stuff. I thought it was a decent episode. So far, I'm not super impressed with the new Futurama. I feel like old Futurama was better. But there has been episodes that I still kind of liked. Like it's decent. It's not terrible. But I do wish it was a little bit better though. I think a lot of the writers and a lot of the people working on the latest Futurama episodes are probably not even the same people at this point. If it is, they really must have changed quite a bit since the early days, because their humor is not very similar to what it used to be. I've actually grown very fond of Disenchantment instead on Netflix. Disenchantment is like a pretty good show. Like it captures all the stuff that I liked with early Simpsons and early Futurama. And it's basically just that, but for a new generation kind of thing. I need a weapon. Oh, damn it. October is the 20th anniversary of Jak 2 Renegade. Oh, that's cool. I should mention that for Jam. He loves Jak and Daxter. He's one of those that grew up with those games. I didn't, so I don't have the same relationship to the games that he does. It would be awesome if they remade the Jak and Daxter games and kind of brought it into the modern era. I feel like platformers should absolutely do a comeback. I mean, you see, people love the Super Mario Odyssey game, so there's like plenty of opportunities to bring back the platforming genre and those kind of games. And Rift Apart sold pretty well, despite not being the best game. Like there's a ton of financial opportunity outside of just like superhero movies and superhero brands and that sort of stuff. I didn't get enough, my score's too low. I don't know how that happened. Oh yeah, it would be cool to see some people cosplay as Jak and Daxter. I need more score. I need a higher score. Gimme high score. Is there any checkpoint things here? Almost have the same height as Ratchet. Well, Ratchet is a great size. Who doesn't want to be Ratchet? Ratchet and Rivet, they're great. I think we talked about like height stuff before because I'm very bad with like foot and that sort of measurement. Since I'm Scandinavian, I use the metric system, so I'm not as familiar with foot feet and the yards and all that stuff. But I remember looking up a chart for it. It was like 150 centimeters, something like that. Around 150 centimeters or so. Oh, that's cool. The photos are quite small, so it's hard for me to see them. I'll take a look when I can. I always wanted to maybe do some cosplaying, but I never fully committed to doing that stuff. It's people don't care if you cosplay in like a cheap way or something, but I'm just worried of I don't know, maybe it's because I was kind of bullied a little bit, and I'm a bit worried of being bullied or made fun of online and that stuff. So I kind of I don't want to do like a bad cosplay or something like that and be the laughing stock, if that makes sense. So I'm kind of like, I don't know if I wanna make myself a target. But whenever I see anyone else do anything, even cheaper costumes and all that stuff, I'm just like, neat, that's cool, I like that. Anyone putting effort into that and anyone doing that stuff, it's like great to me. I think that's awesome. I'm just I guess it's like an insecurity thing on my side. Yeah, 145 centimeters for foot 9. Yeah. I'm 164 centimeters. which a lot of people think I'm a bit short, so I feel like being short is pretty okay. I like being small. I get plenty of space in car seats and on planes, and I don't know. I see many benefits of being small. I don't really have trouble finding clothing that fits me either. I mean, anything that's between medium and small usually fits. Shorter than me and Ratchet combined? How is that possible? Wait, how high is was it for? 4'9" and Ratchet is canonically 5'10". Shorter than you and Ratchet combined. But I'm not 10 feet tall. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I'm confused. 5 foot, yeah. And combined. Okay, oh, so you don't mean like the combined height, it's mean like, or so I would be 5'5" or something. I think I'm 5'5". Without being entirely sure. So you, but yes, you are shorter than me, and you're shorter than Ratchet, then technically, which is fine. I think, like I said, being short is has a lot of advantages. I'd say. Being very tall means you would have a lot of back problems, and you would have issues finding clothing that fits you, and you'll have a very uncomfortable time on planes, and you would have to get you wouldn't fit in a lot of places, and I don't know. It seems like it's so weird to me that like people treat being tall as like, oh, very important, and you gotta be that, blah blah, to be respectable, and I don't know. Seems dumb to me. I don't see a reason to have like a specific height. It's kind of like how, I don't know how prevalent this technically is, but a lot of people have like a criteria for how tall they want someone to be for them to be a potential partner. And I don't know why that's a thing, to be honest, because I don't really base like how tall you are doesn't really matter to me, as long as you are a good person. Like I don't care if you're tall or short or anything like that. That doesn't that has no bearing on who you are as like a person. So I don't know why that's like a big criteria for many. I guess it's a bit of a like a lot of heteronormal couples are kind of afraid that, oh, it looks weird if the guy is short and the girl is tall, because we're so used to the guy being the tall one in the relationship. So girls just don't want to stick out, and they're like, oh well, I want the tall guy. He has to be at least taller than me, kind of thing. Which is a bit sad because, I mean, you're gonna miss out on a lot of great people that way. Is there any jackpot things here? Oh, I think I see one. Yes. This mission is hard, difficult. I think I'm getting close to 100%ing this game now, because I just need to make sure that I have all the dread challenges before I complete the game. I accidentally completed the game without doing the dread challenges because I thought those weren't necessary, but when I completed the game I didn't get the trading card. So I think I need to do everything, like all the dread challenges as well on Exterminator difficulty to actually get the last trading card I need. Also, there might be something wrong with my monitor, because it kind of flashes gray and has lots of like visual noise and stuff sometimes. And I checked the cables and checked everything, and it doesn't really go away. So I'm not sure what the deal is. I'm gonna have to look up the model number and everything and make sure that maybe it's just maybe I just have a bad monitor, or I don't know what the problem could be, honestly. Hard to tell. It seems like a bad connection thing. I tried with multiple computers and stuff, and I still get the same kind of weird gray jitter. Like a sudden, it looks like those old when you get those old TVs, and there's no signal. It's just it's not tuned into anything, and it got like the black and white noise. It just kind of looks like that for like a brief second, and then it goes away. Ah, they're so aggressive. Oh, come on. $51 million bolts. I don't know if I've ever had that many bolts in a Ratchet and Clank game, to my memory. Oh, this is the one that I don't like that much, because you're in a stationary turret, so you can't really do much. You're kind of locked in, and you just have to fight them off. Yep. I remember this being way more difficult on the PlayStation 3 version. I don't know if that's me just misremembering or something. Is Ratchet compensating for something, having so many massive weapons that are bigger than his body? Yeah, I did mention that it's funny that they're very big, and some of them looks a little phallic. Like, do they have to be that big? Do you need weapons that have to be that enormous? They should do like in Men in Black, where he hands him like a tiny little gun, and the other guy gets the big gun. And then the joke is that actually the tiny gun is like, it does a massive amounts of damage. It's like a very destructive gun. They should do that, like, kind of joke sometime, where Ratchet just gets like a tiny little teeny tiny little pistol thing, and then turns out it's just like a mass destructive weapon. Like, it just ruins everything. Because theoretically, if you have like a rift gun or something that tears space and time apart, it doesn't technically need to be big, right? You can just make like it could be like a long tube, and it could be like a solution or something sci-fi-ish that just shoots out like a particle beam at a very high, like it's so fast that it rips a hole through space and time. And that doesn't need to be very big or long or anything. It can be like a tiny little gizmo that it just pulls out, and then it just rips the fabric of space and time. That'd be fun. They for sure would be, I mean, Ratchet has to be extremely strong. Maybe Lombaxes have immense strength. Maybe they're just really, really strong. And that's how he's able to hold such big guns and stuff. Because Rivet is also really good at holding all the same guns. They both seem. I don't think they like specifically work out to be able to hold them. Yeah, I mean, Rivet is the basically Ratchet, just in another timeline, I guess. It's just Ratchet, but if girl, basically. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make this level. Yeah, yeet. Oh, I have to still not die though. I got the score I needed. Oh yeah, other dimension, not timeline. I get those mixed up sometimes because there's just so many movies and shows and everything that does like alternate universes and then alternate timelines, and then it's like always something, alternate something. I guess I have alternate timeline on my mind because Loki season 2 is coming this Friday. So I'm like thinking about the whole timeline, police, whatever they call again. I forget. You have unlocked the Slugga Exterminator card for beating every mission in challenge mode. Okay. So I finally got the card. Old pink umbrella. Oh no, the pink umbrella. Let's see, do I have everything now? Ninja mode. So I heard that once you have ninja mode, that basically means that you have 100% the game. So it looks like I have done it. Look at me. I'm a ninja. Ninja. I'm a little ninja. Ah, so it's been with you a long time. I also feel very sad and sentimental when I have to throw away favorite hoodies of mine. There's been a few times where I've had to like throw out like a hoodie and other stuff that I really love and want to keep with me. don't think there's an Insomniac museum in this game. I can double check that. I don't think there is. Let's just see. There seems to be one in A Crack in Time. Oh, there is one in Size Matters and Secret Agent Clank, but it's different because it's not Insomniac. It's High Impact Games, so not the same thing. Going Commando, Up Your Arsenal, A Crack in Time. Yeah, so it's not in this game. So there won't be any visit to the Insomniac Museum this time around, sadly. But yeah, I think I've done everything in this game. I have all the skill points, I got all the weapons upgraded, I got all the cheats and all the cards and everything. Got all the skins. I can buy the last ones today. All the skins. All the cinematics, since you get that by just playing the game. Got some, not concept arts, but it's like, oh, X-ray views of the robots. This is the concept art. I like it when they include the concept art. You can kind of see what they were imagining while making the game. The resolution is sadly very low though on these images. Maybe there's a reprint, like a book or something, where you can see all these in high resolution instead of the compressed low 420p quality. A Crack in Time was first Insomniac Museum I've seen. I actually don't know if I've seen the one in A Crack in Time. I know I've seen the one in... the first one I saw was in Going Commando. I think I just accidentally stumbled across it somehow. Or I just finished the game or some event led to me finding out about it. And I was like, oh, that's so cool, and I like it, and that's cool. And then I looked into... if it was in the third game as well, but I didn't know it was in A Crack in Time, I think. But next stream I'm gonna move on to Tools of Destruction. So that's gonna be interesting because I'm very I'm very curious if the emulator is gonna be able to run it. Because I have no idea how the emulator is gonna work. It might buckle, it might not work the way I want it to. I might have to play it on the PlayStation 3. I might have to just break out my old PlayStation 3 and capture it through a capture card instead. But I think it would be a better experience to play it in 4K high resolution on my on the emulator instead, if possible. And any games that don't run or don't work, I might just, okay, I'll give in and play it on the original hardware. But hopefully everything eventually works and runs well. I'm just hoping that my CPU and graphics card can handle the emulator and streaming at the same time. If not, then I might have to, if I'm able to play it but not able to stream it, then I might have to set up like a capture card to capture my stream and then stream it from my Mac or something. So we'll have to see about that. But yeah, I guess that's it for now. I'll be back with Tools of Destruction. It's a pretty long game. I think it's like 11 hours just to complete the story. And then there's gonna be a lot of extra content to just finish or wrap up all the skill points and all the stuff in Tools of Destruction. So that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be very nice to go back and relive my childhood memories of playing on the PlayStation 3 at Christmas, getting to enjoy a new Ratchet and Clank game. I was so happy to play it. It was great. I had so much fun, so many good memories. I love the game. I love the voice acting. I love so much about this series. It's probably what made me a furry. It's probably what made me a furry. So I lots of love for the series. I do be loving me some Ratchet and Clank. But yeah, I'll look into it and I'll set up everything so I'll be ready for next stream. I don't know if I'll do tomorrow because I've been streaming a lot non-stop. So I might have to take like a day off or a few days off or something. But I'll test out how the emulator runs, and I'll be back with more Ratchet and Clank soon enough. So I'll talk to you all in the next stream. So I'll see you then. And bye bye. See you next stream. Bye bye. Bye.